Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to call the Anaheim City Council meeting to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 6 members present.
And do we have any additions or deletions to the closed session agenda?
Mayor, we do not.
Do we have any public speakers here to address the closed session agenda?
Mayor, we don't have any in-person speakers, and we did not receive any electronic comments on the closed session agenda.
Thank you. So now we're going to close the public comment session of the closed session agenda and recess into closed session. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I apologize, we're starting a little bit after 5 o'clock. Thank you for your patience. I'd like to reconvene the Anaheim City Council meeting back to order. Clerk, can you please call roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Diaz.
Here.
Councilmember Leon.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Calva.
Here.
Councilmember Fessel.
Here.
Councilmember Meeks.
Here.
Councilmember Kurtz.
Here.
Mayor Aiken.
Here.
Let the record show we have 7 members present.
So the first item on our agenda is going to be our invocation. I'd please like to call forward Senior Pastor Ethan Hedberg from Ambassador Church, and then I'm going to ask Council Member Kurtz to lead us in our flag salute.
Chuckle first. Yeah, good evening, everybody, council members and citizens. Children, it's great to see all of you. If you'd like, please join me in prayer. Gracious Father, I want to thank you so much for this beautiful day and for this great city. Lord, in the scriptures, you talk about giving humans charge to fill the earth, to give order, to care for creation. And you instruct us to be good neighbors and to care for one another so that we would see our communities, to see our city flourish. I pray that you would do that here in Anaheim. Tonight, I pray that you would grant the city council wisdom to be able to hear, to listen, to care for our residents, to give order, to give peace to all that goes on here. Father, I pray that you would bless the agenda, the discussion, give wisdom and consideration. May there be much unity and respect and peace tonight. Pray that you would watch over the city, all of our residents, our businesses. May they thrive under your care. I pray this in your holy name. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Please join me in placing your right hand over your heart to pledge allegiance to the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and congratulations on that amazing Pledge of Allegiance. I heard all those little voices. Well done. Our first presentation is going to Lynbrook Bowl for their 65th anniversary. Anaheim is proud to be the home of Lynbrook Bowl. I think most of us on this council have been there and bowled since we were kids. It's the oldest and most iconic bowling alley in Orange County. Opened in 1958, Lynbrook marks its 65th anniversary at the corner of Lincoln and Brookhurst in West Anaheim. Lynbrook is vintage cool with a coffee shop, lounge, and 40 lanes, all with modern screens and scoring systems. As we do look to move forward and revitalize Brookhurst, we look forward to many great decades with our friends at Lynbrook Bowl. Can I please ask those here from Lynbrook Bowl to come up and join us for the presentation, and my council members as well.
And we're proud to be part of the community and that our business has maintained and retained in the family. And I'm proud of my grandparents and what they've accomplished in their life, and I'm proud of the employees that make Lynbrook Bowl what it is, and it is the success that it is, and for the community that come and enjoy recreation there. Oh, picture?
Thanks, Carlos. Appreciate it.
So our second presentation is to recognize the Anaheim Library Altrusa International Creative Writing Contest winners from Anaheim and Centralia Elementary School Districts. So we know that our Anaheim residents, and especially our students, benefit from our Anaheim Public Library system in so many ways. So tonight we want to recognize our student authors from the Anaheim and Centralia Elementary School Districts who participated in the annual writing contest hosted by our Anaheim Public Library and Altrusa International. I'd like to invite City Librarian Audrey Lujan and Carol Latham from Altrusa International to talk a little bit more about this great program.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, am I coming through loud and clear? All right. Okay, as the mayor said, I'm Audrey Lujan, your city librarian, and very proud to congratulate the students, the scholars that are the winning writers of the zine, of the Creative Writing Project, and also the parents. The parents are the ones who are encouraging their children to take on these extra projects and to write. So congratulations to the students and the parents. And if the parents want any more encouragement, author David Baldacci makes $9 million a year. Okay? So you might want to think about that. I want to thank the judges and everybody else that were part of this project. And City Council, Mayor and City Council, you have a copy of the zine, so do you, the City Manager. And please take a moment to read them. They're amazing, amazing stories. Okay, so now I will introduce, I call her my partner in crime, but that sounds bad up here. But we have, Anaheim Public Library has partnered with Altrusa for so many things, and this is one of the major projects. Carol, would you like to take the mic?
Thank you. Thank you, Audrey. Mayor Aiken, City Council, and residents, and in particular, students. This project started back in 2014 with Altrusa International of Anaheim, as well as the Anaheim Public Library. And we took this project first to Ponderosa Elementary. And we had it in grades 4, 5, and 6. Did it for about 4 years. And then in 2018, we added 2 extra schools, Lincoln and Olive Street. And the following year, we were fortunate to add it to all 24 Anaheim elementary schools in the school district. And this year, we were so fortunate to add 2 of the Anaheim schools that are in the Centralia School District, making the total of 26 schools. I think that deserves. And you know, that is an example of what can happen with partnerships with Altrusa, the public library, the school districts. And the prompt for this project has not changed from the inception. All the 4th graders are encouraged to write an essay on finding my voice, telling my story. And through that, we're able to get a little glimpse into the lives of these scholars and be able to be better teachers, better parents, and better community partners. The book is available in all of the public libraries. You can check it out because it's part of their catalog. And I think most importantly, if there's one message that I would like to leave with the students, is that your voice matters. Your words matter. And more importantly, you matter. Thank you.
Okay, students, are you ready to be acknowledged? Yes, all right. Okay, Miss Beth from the Anaheim Elementary School District will go first. calling off the names of the students. And we went through our dry run, so you know what to do, right, students? Yes. Okay, go for it.
All right. Can we have our first row of students stand up and line up? Our first student is Mirabelle Hines. Hong Nguyen. Poppy J. Walsh. Ariana Keeley. Isabel Espinosa. Audrey Ellis. Danica Nguyen. Emma Zabala. Leah Rodriguez. Marwa Salimi. Ethan Nguyen. And we'll have our second row stand up. Beautiful. Emerson Faraday. Ava Ramirez Marquez. Melody Enriquez. Genesis Trevino. Yaretsi Barrientos Yacleol. Emiliano Ureno. Aaron Baez. Adam Ford Means. Santiago Talamantes. Cash James Mendez. Millie Bustamante Hernandez. And last but not least, our third row, Justice Villaseñor Are and Mevoli. Congratulations, writers.
Okay, we're not done yet. Okay, all right. Okay, now we will have Miss Yoshida, Assistant Principal for the Centralia Elementary School District, announce our guests, our esteemed guests, and the students. Okay?
Thank you, everyone, for allowing us to be a part of this project and partnering together. This is such a great opportunity. Our students loved it. I want to welcome our superintendent, Miss Norma Martinez, our associate superintendent, Dr. Stacy Chang. We have both of our principals, Mr. Romero and Mr. Rios. And our two proud teachers of our beautiful students, Miss Ogawa and Miss Ryan, are both here as well. Everyone smile.
I'm getting the podium, but I'm getting everybody. Okay. Hold on for a second.
bit of organized change. I was going to say, just start reading the recognitions at a later date.
Good job.
Open it up so people on the outside. A nice big smile.
Well, we're. Okay, I think next on our agenda are recognitions to be presented at a later date. Clerk, can you please announce them?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have two this evening, recognizing November 12th through the 18th as National Nurse Practitioner Week, and recognizing November 14th, 2023 as Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day. We do have representative for both. Just want maybe the first one, if Dina Jung from Cal State Fullerton School of Nursing. If not, then we do have from our police department, Joanne, our police records manager, Joanne Zaratan Webster, that will accept for Law Enforcement Records and Support Personnel Day.
We good? Okay. So we have several records team members here. Christina Segletis, Sarah Miranda, Yesenia Gutierrez, and we also have some of our amazing staff and dedicated team members. Max Sullivan, Diane Hobday-Smith, Debbie Bonilla, Jessica Wilburn, Melissa Schindler. Did I miss anybody? Okay. And again, my name is Joanne Zaratan Webster. On behalf of the whole team, we're honored to receive this recognition. We appreciate and are thankful for the support of the mayor, city council, Chief Armendariz, Captain Young, and the entire department. So this is truly a special evening for us, and we would love to have a quick team group photo if possible.
Absolutely, please come up.
And I think now we have a representative for National Nurse Practitioner Week to accept.
Opportunity and for recognizing nurse practitioners. There's over 38,000 nurse practitioners in the state of California, and last year alone, we saw over 1 billion visits for patients. So again, we're trying to decrease health inequities and close that gap so that everyone is attended to. So thank you so much for recognizing us.
Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for everything that nurses do for us.
Thank you.
So now I'd like to call to order the Anaheim Public Financing Authority, Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority, and Anaheim Housing Authority in joint session with the City Council. Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to tonight's agendas?
Mayor, there are none.
Then can you please outline the public comment procedures and call forward the first speakers to address the council agenda?
Thank you, Mayor. There will be 2 public comment periods with speakers having 1 opportunity to address the City Council. This first public comment period is 90 minutes or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. Any time remaining of the 90 minutes will be provided to speakers who wish to speak on any non-agenda related items, but within the council's jurisdiction. The second public comment period will be opened by the mayor if any non-agenda item speakers were not heard during this first public comment period, and will be opened at the end of council business. The time limit is 3 minutes per speaker. Those wishing to address the City Council must complete a speaker card, which is available at the back of the council chambers. The name and contact information requested on the speaker card is optional. Any unidentified speaker will be called by the speaker card number. I also want to state Spanish interpreting services are provided at every City Council meeting. Simultaneous Spanish interpretation is provided through the use of headsets, and consecutive interpretation is available to anyone who would like to address the City Council. For translation services in other languages, please contact the City Clerk's office at least 48 hours prior to the scheduled meeting. At this time, I'd like to introduce our interpreter that will make the same announcement in Spanish.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenas tardes a todos. En todas las juntas del Consejo Municipal se ofrece servicios de interpretación simultánea al español por medio del uso de audífonos y se proporciona interpretación consecutiva para cualquier persona que desee dirigirse al Consejo Municipal. Para obtener servicios de interpretación en otros idiomas, tenga la amabilidad de ponerse en contacto con la Secretaría Municipal al menos 48 horas antes de la junta programada. Muchas gracias.
At this time, on behalf of the City Council, we would like to remind the public that Anaheim remains committed to freedom of speech, and we ask that speakers address the City Council with civility and refrain from making personal, threatening, abusive, slanderous, or profane remarks towards any member of the council, staff, or general public. We appreciate you reflecting this spirit when you speak. The time now is 5:45, with the 90-minute public comment period set to conclude at 7:15, or until all agenda item speakers have been heard. We do ask that speakers, once they see their name appear on the projection screen behind me, if they can, please line up at the podium and step forward at their time. Mayor and City Council, we do have 21 speaker cards to address the City Council on agenda items. The first speaker is Mr. Paul Hayek.
We need termite control and we need medical in that facility. In fact, one of the ladies by a friend of mine that was staying at the studio passed away, and there's a memorial right at the corner of Harbor and Carl Karcher on her behalf. We need to get with these people, when they come in, they don't want to socialize. We need some way to check on them daily to make sure they're still breathing and didn't pass away. We need to do welfare knocks on those doors. When they sign out, we know they're okay. If they don't sign out, we do welfare knocks on all the facilities. I'm in a senior facility in Costa Mesa, and let me tell you, when somebody passes away, it smells like rotten fish. And it takes a couple days for it to develop, and nobody does a door knock to see if they're alive and well.
Next speaker, Dwayne Roberts.
Good evening. I'm Dwayne Roberts, editor and publisher, AnaheimInvestigator.com. With respect to item number 32, I support the gift ban, among other things. But instead of tweaking existing campaign finance laws, which won't do much of anything, we need to start talking about real structural reform. The time has now come to have a serious discussion about creating a system of publicly financed elections here in Anaheim, at least for council districts. So how would that work? Here's a hypothetical model. For a candidate to qualify, they must show they have genuine grassroots support in the community. First, they need to collect a $5 donation from at least 50 registered voters within their district. Second, they need to raise about $5,000 from local residents and businesses, but in increments of $249 or less. Once they meet that threshold, they become eligible for a 6-to-1 ratio in matching funds from the city. For example, a $100 donation would get them $600 in matching funds. The maximum any qualified candidate would be eligible to receive is $100,000. Such a system would be strictly voluntary. If a candidate wants to run with the support of the Walt Disney Company, Chamber of Commerce, hoteliers, and a myriad of special interests, they still can. But under a publicly financed system, qualified candidates who don't have money would be put on a more equal footing with those supported by those entities. Obviously, more details would need to be ironed out, such as how a system would be financed. Not only is such a system constitutional at the federal level, but it is legal in the state level here in California. However, only charter cities can do it. Los Angeles has already been experimenting with a system similar to what I've described. Other cities across the street are also tinkering with other models. In closing, tweaking existing campaign finance laws will not bring about any meaningful change. Anaheim needs real structural reform, not gimmickry. I'm going to openly challenge this body to put the item of publicly financed elections on the agenda of a future council meeting, even if it is an informational item. Any discussion here tonight about campaign finance reform that excludes publicly financed elections, in my opinion, is a distraction. The question you need to ask yourself is this: do you want your legacy on the council to reflect the fact you made a serious attempt about bringing about real change? Or do you want to be perceived, as many people in this community already do, as foxes guarding the henhouse? The choice is yours. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Mi nombre es Sandra. Soy residente de Anaheim y he vivido aquí por más de 30 años. Estoy con Oakwood y el sindicato de vecinos. Estoy aquí una vez más para pedirles que hagan lo correcto. Necesitamos una reforma financiera basada en la transparencia y la justicia. Como individuo, tengo entendido que en esa silla están sentados ustedes para ser la voz de tu distrito, de tu comunidad, de tu vecino, de la señora de la tienda que empaca tus compras, de ese guardia que cruza a los niños en la mañana, de todos esos viajeros que toman el autobús para ir a trabajar todos los días, para llegar al fin de mes y pagar sus facturas, su alquiler, sus impuestos. Ustedes están ahí para cuidar a los futuros líderes de Anaheim, nuestros hijos. Ustedes están ahí para asegurarse de que todo lo que se necesita para que esta ciudad tenga éxito se logre y se haga correctamente. Esta es mi comprensión de cuál es su posición donde ustedes se sientan en esa silla. Si estoy en lo correcto, entonces es correcto que no te vendas a esas grandes corporaciones como Disney o esas corporaciones con intereses especiales. Todas esas personas ricas que solo se preocupan por sí mismas, no se preocupan por nuestra ciudad, no se preocupan por tu vecino, por nuestros hijos. Ellos solo se preocupan sobre su mismo negocio, su crecimiento y sus bolsillos. Recuerda, hoy en día estamos siendo observados cada segundo por nuestros hijos. Nos están mirando. Asegurémonos de que entiendan que la vida no se trata de quién conoces. La vida se trata de integridad, lealtad, humildad, trabajo duro y dedicación. Confío en que entienden de dónde venimos. Ya estamos cansados. Tenemos que empezar a ver lo que ustedes prometen cada campaña sobre la transparencia. Esta es la charla que ahora queremos que ustedes nos enseñen, la transparencia de la cual tanto hablan. Asegúrense de que tengamos una campaña genuina, con la reforma financiera que refleja los valores de nuestra comunidad. Gracias. Gracias. Hi, my name is Sandra, and I'm a resident of Anaheim, and I have lived here for over 30 years. I am with OCORD and with the Neighborhood Union. I am here once again to ask you to do the right thing. We need finance reform based on transparency and justice. As an individual, my understanding is that you are placed in that chair to be the voice for your district, for your community, for your neighbor, for that lady at the store that bags your groceries, for that cross guard at the school crosswalk every morning, for all those commuters that take the bus to go to work every day to make ends meet, to work hard and pay their bills, the rent, their taxes. You are there to look out for the future leaders of Anaheim, our children. You are there to make sure that everything that is needed to make this city successful is accomplished and it's done correctly. This is my understanding of what your position is when you sit in those chairs. If I am correct, then it's only correct that you don't sell yourselves out to those big corporations, such as Disney, or those corporations with special interests, or all those wealthy people that are only looking out for themselves. They don't care about our city. They don't care about your neighborhood. They don't care about your kids. They only care about themselves, their business, their growth of their pockets. Remember, nowadays, we are being watched every second. Our kids are watching. Let's make sure they understand that life is not about who you know in life. It's about integrity, loyalty, humbleness, and hard work and dedication. I trust that you will understand where we're coming from. We are tired. We need to start seeing that what you guys campaign about, transparency. We heard the talk, now we need to see the walk. Please be transparent, be fair, make sure that we have genuine finance reform that mirrors our community, that values ourselves. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Guadalupe, vengo en representación de la Unión de Vecinos Unidos de Unida y soy voluntaria de OCOR. Pertenezco al Distrito 4, al cual representa a la señora Norma Campos. La señora Norma, en la reunión que tuvimos la vez pasada, hablamos sobre las mejoras del Parque Palm Rivier y también sobre la falta de estacionamiento que tenemos en la comunidad. Seguimos esperando respuestas y soluciones. Mientras tanto, por favor, escucha también a la comunidad que está presente ahorita, a la cual usted representa, y vote sí a la campaña de reforma financiera. Vote sí a la voz de todos nosotros, a favor de la verdad y transparencia. Vote sí. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Guadalupe Basabe. I'm here representing the Union of Neighbors, United Neighbors Guinida, and I'm a core volunteer. I belong to District 4, which is represented by Council Member Norma. Mrs. Norma, in the previous reunion meeting that we had with you, we spoke about building the park Paul Revere and about the lack of parking in our community. We are continuing to wait for solutions. In the meantime, please listen to the community. We are here united. We're here together, the city that you represent. So vote yes to the reform campaign, the financial report campaign. Vote yes to the voice of all of us, all the people. Vote in favor of the truth and transparency. Vote yes. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Amy Arellano, residente del Distrito 3. Por 16 años estoy apoyando las uniones de vecinos y a OCOR. Estoy muy preocupada como residente porque no toman buenas decisiones por el bienestar de la comunidad. Aún no hemos olvidado lo de la venta del Estadio de los Angelitos. Queremos ver el cambio y que los intereses económicos no están influyendo en las verdaderas decisiones. Estoy apoyando la campaña de reforma financiera. Esto creará la transparencia que necesitamos y que debe dársele a todos para que estemos informados y que realmente se está trabajando unidos y por el bienestar de las comunidades, no solo de una parte, ya que cuando se es transparente y está disponible para todos, la información nos da tranquilidad de que nada se oculta y que ustedes están trabajando con valores como la ética, una parte muy importante de su trabajo. Apoyamos la campaña de reforma financiera. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Arellano. Good evening, Ms. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Teresa Arellano. I'm a resident of District 3. I've been a resident of District 3 for 16 years. I'm here representing the Union of Neighbors, and I'm a court volunteer. I'm worried as a resident because you do not take our decisions into consideration for the well-being of our community. We haven't still forgotten the sale of the Angel Stadium. We want to see changes and the interest economics not influence the true decisions, and I'm in support for the campaign, financial reform campaign in this, and the transparency that we need. We want to be informed and that we really work together for the well-being of the communities, not only for the parts of those that are not transparent, and they're available for all of us to inform us. And we are not here in peace. We are worried, and that you do not hide anything, that you are working with the truth, ethics, and part of which is very important in your work. Please support our campaign of reform, financial reform. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Teresa Villera.
Hola, buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Teresa, soy miembro de la Unión de Vecinos de Guinida. Concejal Norma, hoy estoy aquí junto a mis vecinos y familia para mostrar nuestro apoyo a la campaña de reforma financiera. Vote sí a favor de las transferencias. Vote sí al poder de los votantes. Vote sí a la campaña de reforma financiera. Muchas gracias.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Teresa Villera. I'm a member of Guinida Neighbors Union. Ms. Norma, Councilmember Norma, I'm here today with my neighbors and family members to show our support to the financial reform campaign. Vote yes in favor of transparency. Vote yes to the power of voter. Vote yes to the campaign of financial reform. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Carmen Linden.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y miembros del consejo. Mi nombre es Carmen, soy parte de la Unión de Vecinos de Guinida, Distrito 4 y voluntarias de AUCOR. Hoy estoy aquí junto con mis vecinos para mostrar nuestro apoyo a la campaña de reforma financiera. En medio del escándalo que estamos viviendo, esta reforma dará esperanza a los residentes de que ustedes y los futuros representantes trabajarán para nosotros. Vote sí a la campaña de reforma financiera. Gracias.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Carmen. I'm part of the Union of Neighbors from the district Guinda and Alcor volunteer. I'm here with my neighbors to show our support with the financial reform campaign. In the midst of the scandal that we are living, this campaign will give hope to the residents, and you are the future representatives who will work for us. Vote yes on the financial reform campaign. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Hernández. Yo vivo en el Distrito 2 y estoy aquí acompañando a las uniones de vecinos. Señor León, lo invito a visitar mi comunidad para que usted se dé cuenta con sus propios ojos todas las necesidades que tenemos como comunidades más seguras. Más programas de salud mental para jóvenes, programas educativos en nuestras escuelas que realmente desarrollan a nuestros jóvenes. Como residentes necesitamos que nuestros representantes trabajen para nosotros. Por eso estoy aquí, para apoyar la campaña de reforma financiera, y es que para los futuros concejales dejen de favorecer a los donantes que dan más dinero para sus campañas. Tenemos una gran necesidad en nuestros jóvenes, la salud mental. Tristemente me doy cuenta, soy madre soltera y tengo un jovencito, Loara High School, está en deportes y tengo la oportunidad de acompañarlo en sus diferentes escuelas cuando tienen juegos. Y tristemente me doy cuenta que nuestras escuelas son físicamente o en todos aspectos las peores. En cualquier otra ciudad están mejores en todos aspectos. Y es triste porque sé de antemano que en nuestra ciudad de Anaheim hay mucha entrada de dinero. Yo veo cómo durante años se ha transformado Anaheim, especialmente el área cerca de Disneylandia, que es donde vivo, cómo se ha transformado la Catella, la Harbor, todos esos edificios nuevos. Y tristemente todo eso nos está afectando porque yo como madre soltera, así tenga 3 trabajos, es tan difícil pagar una renta que cada año nos están aumentando. Y es tan difícil y todo eso afecta porque no hay el suficiente dinero a veces para que tengan transporte los muchachos para ir a un juego. Hay que buscar la manera y muchas necesidades, pero especialmente una gran necesidad que hay hoy en día es la salud mental para los jóvenes. Señor Carlos, lo espero en mi comunidad. Muchas gracias.
I'll try my best. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Guadalupe, and I live in District 2. I'm here with the Ocourt neighborhood. Mr. Leon, I invite you to walk my community so you can see with your own eyes the needs that we have, like safe communities. We need more health programs, more mental health programs for young people, more educational programs in our schools that really help our young people. Like residents, we need our representatives to work, who work for us, and I'm here to support the financial campaign, financial reform campaign. And she also mentioned that there are needs in the neighborhood, and she sees how Anaheim is a rich city, and they have a big corridor in Catella and big buildings and all nice. And the neighborhoods need schools, especially schools with mental health. She lives in the Disneyland district, and she sees all the businesses flourishing, but they need more mental health in schools. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, señores alcaldes y nuestra mayor de Anaheim. Mi nombre es Susana Galán. Vengo porque exigimos a los ciudadanos de Anaheim que todo quien quiera lanzar una campaña política pague por su campaña, que no comprometa la ciudad y la ciudad a corporativas grandes como Disneyland. A la ciudad, a los intereses de estas le pertenecen y que solo es para el bienestar propio y no para la comunidad y la clase trabajadora de Anaheim. Estamos cansados de que el rico sea más rico y el pobre sea más pobre. Queremos más transparencia, por favor.
Good evening. My name is Susana Garan. The citizens of Anaheim demand that anyone who wishes to launch a political campaign that they should pay for their own campaign. Do not commit the city to a large corporation like Disneyland. That the city and its interests belong to them, and that it's only their own welfare and not for the working class community of Anaheim. We are tired of the rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. We want more transparency. Thank you.
Por último, quiero agradecer a mi concejal de Distrito 3, decirle que la calle Paulín tiene cambios y se lo agradezco, pero todavía nos falta el staff de Paulín y Sycamore.
Lastly, I want to thank Mr. Carlos from District 3. We want changes, and please help us work with Pauline and Sycamore. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Marisela, soy miembro de Madres en Acción y voluntaria de OCOR. Esta es mi primera vez usando mi voz para apoyar la campaña de reforma financiera. Quiero que escuchen fuerte y claro que al igual que mis vecinos que están aquí conmigo, deseamos que pongan un límite a la corrupción. Estamos cansados de la falta de transparencia que hay en la ciudad. Esta campaña de reforma financiera asegurará que las comunidades sean primero antes de los intereses corruptos de unos cuantos. Señora concejal, usted que ha sido accesible a reunirse con nosotros y escuchar nuestras peticiones sobre cómo mejorar nuestra comunidad, esta es una gran oportunidad para demostrarnos que usted de verdad trabaja para los residentes del Distrito 4. Por cierto, seguimos esperando la fecha de reunión entre los managers de los edificios y nuestra presidenta. Vote a favor de la democracia, vote a favor a la transparencia y vote a favor a la rendición de cuentas y responsabilidad. Escuche a sus constituyentes y diga sí a la campaña de reforma financiera. Gracias.
I'll just be translating what she said into English. So good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Marisela, and I am a member of Madres en Acción and a volunteer with Accord. This is my first time here to raise my voice to support the financial reform campaign. I want you to listen to me loud and clear, as well as my neighbors who are here today. We want you to put a limit on corruption. We are tired of the lack of transparency in the city. This financial reforms campaign will ensure that communities are first before the corrupt interest of a few. Mrs. Councilwoman Campos Kurtz, you have been accessible to meet with us and listen to our requests on how to improve our community. This is a great opportunity to show us that you really work for our residents of District 4. By the way, we are waiting for the meeting between the building managers and our president. Vote in favor of democracy, vote in favor of transparency, vote in favor of the reduction of accounts and responsibility. Listen to your constituents and say yes to the financial reform campaign.
Buenas tardes, alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Gabriela Velasco. Soy parte de Madres en Acción en Ponderosa. Hoy estoy aquí conjunto con mis vecinos para decirle a la concejal Norma que apoye la campaña Reforma Financiera. Como usted sabe, nosotros estamos trabajando en nuestra comunidad para lograr cambios significativos que beneficien a todos. Entonces apoye a la comunidad del Distrito 4 a que usted represente y vote para la campaña de reforma financiera y así asegurar a nuestra voz a que cuente que nuestra voz está sobre los intereses económicos de unos cuantos. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Gabriela Velasco, and I'm part of Ponderosa Mothers in Action. Today I'm here with my neighbors to tell you, Councilmember Norma, to support the financial reform campaign. As you know, we're working in our community to achieve significant changes that benefit everyone. So support the communities in District 4 that you represent and vote yes for the financial reform campaign to ensure that our voice is the one that counts, that our voice is above the economic interests of few. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, señora alcaldesa y concejales. Mi nombre es Mariana y soy organizadora comunitaria para OCOR y residente del Distrito 4. Como organizadora, visito constantemente comunidades que han sido marginadas históricamente y hablo con los residentes sobre qué está sucediendo en Anaheim. No es un trabajo sencillo. He encontrado mucha apatía hacia ustedes, desilusión al sistema, desesperanza en que las cosas pueden cambiar y mejorar para ellos y que las decisiones que ustedes toman no son en beneficio de las comunidades. No fue fácil llegar a estas comunidades para hablarles sobre la corrupta venta de los angelitos, sobre cuánto dinero se desvió durante el COVID. No fue fácil decirles que su desconfianza hacia ustedes es justificada. Aún ahora hay familias con deudas de vivienda porque no recibieron ninguna ayuda durante la pandemia. Y ni hablar de la situación de los parques, de las calles, de la falta de vivienda asequible y un control de renta. Cada vez más personas están abandonando Anaheim. Más escuelas están quedando vacías debido a la poca sostenibilidad que tenemos las familias trabajadoras de quedarnos aquí. Esta campaña de reforma de financiación es algo que necesitamos en Anaheim. No solo cambiaría la forma de hacer política, sino también les devolvería la esperanza a muchos que hoy están aquí y que ustedes trabajan para ellos. Hoy también estoy aquí como constituyente junto con mis vecinas para decirles que necesitamos la campaña de reforma financiera. Gracias.
Good evening, my name is Mariana Angeles. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am a community organizer for Accord and resident of District 4. As an organizer, I constantly visit communities that have been historically marginalized and talk to residents about what's happening in Anaheim. It is not an easy job. I have found a lot of apathy towards you. Disillusionment with the system, hopelessness that things can change, and that decisions that you make are not for the benefit of the communities. It was not easy to reach these communities to talk to them about the corrupt sale of the Angel Stadium, about how much money was deviated during COVID, and it was not easy to tell them that this distrust of public servants is justified. Even now, there are families with housing debts because they did not receive any assistance during the pandemic, and not to mention the situation of parks, streets, the lack of affordable housing, and rent control. More and more people are leaving Anaheim, and more schools are going empty because of the lack of sustainability for making families to stay here. This funding for reform campaign is something we need in Anaheim, and will not only change the way politics is done, but it will also give hope back to many who are here today. You work for the residents. Actually listen to them. I am also here today as a constituent, along with my neighbors, to tell you that we support the financial reform campaign. Thank you.
Mike Robbins. We have a giant behemoth in our backyard called Disneyland, and they've poured tens of millions of dollars into control of Anaheim over the last few decades. There's at least $3.5 million sitting here on the dais today. How are we going to overcome the money that's already here? Now, I have to point out that Disneyland Forward is coming closer to votes. And Disneyland has put tens of millions of dollars into the council and the background, the planning commission, everything. They've primed everything for this. This is the company that paid you to vote. They want to build new theme parks, food venues, 25,000 hotel rooms. Disneyland Forward is a 17,000-page report. Hopefully you read it, because when we talk to them, they always tell us stuff like, well, you read the report, right? Well, at 5.2.2, we addressed that. Have you read it? But this is where we stand with Disneyland. We're not getting enough money from this behemoth, this billion-dollar industry that's not paying enough into the city. 5,000 employees were surveyed. 10% are homeless, and you don't see them on the streets. There can't be that many on the streets, but they can be on couches. They can be in garages, they can be in cars, and that's where they are. 68% said they don't have enough food. Many times they're eating just one meal a day. These are the Disney employees. Three quarters of them said they run out of money before the end of the month. Pollution. Don't forget, this is an enormous operation. There's going to be obviously 25 million, and they want to bring in 10 million more people. There's going to be 10, 15 million cars, and that's all pollution, and they're already over the pollution levels in a lot of the neighborhoods that are just a half mile from Disneyland. When we come to Anaheim, Truth in Accounting gives Anaheim a C, $4,000 from each resident. Our debt right now is $1.6 billion. And of course, we mortgage City Hall and the fire station, the police stations. 25 million visitors. It's an endless flow of cash to Disneyland, billions of dollars, and the city is underwater. Well, that's not the way it should be. This is ridiculous. We bet our chips on the tourist industry. We hooked our horses to their cart, and we got to get the money from them. It's as simple as that. You can't move forward until we go back and fix all the problems that are there now. And I know you received the money. Everybody's received the money, but we're asking you, we're not asking for a fairy godmother to wave a magic wand and solve our problems, but we are demanding a partnership, a fair partnership with Disneyland. Some of you did not do anything wrong yet, but you know we're going to be watching every vote, every day, every time during this whole process, and we hope that we don't have to send, we're going to be sending it to everybody, obviously. Hopefully, no more people go to jail, and Disneyland gets, and we get some money from Disneyland. Thank you very much.
It's impossible to talk about campaign finance reform without discussing the 5,000-pound mouse that's in the building here. So when we talk about Disneyland, let's indeed talk about Disneyland Forward with their 17,000-page EIR report, where some actual information is hidden, but we were able to find it thanks to one resident. And we are being fed lies. We've had 2 meetings with the Disney representatives, and they are lying to us. Imagine that wall there is your front door. Imagine where you are sitting, there will be attractions. How can that be allowed? Imagine the noise pollution and the air pollution from decades of planned construction. I guess the fireworks have not poisoned the residents enough. Imagine the forever noise from attractions. Imagine non-compliant ADA bridges over harbor. Imagine the closure of a public street. Imagine a nightmare beyond your worst imagination. But it won't actually affect any of you because you don't live by the resort. Since when does a property owner get to do what they want without oversight? Homeowners can't. That is the bottom line. Disney is asking for a blanket approval to build and build and build and build. Let's touch on what Disney plans to give back to the community. 0 housing, 0, while adding a minimum of 13,000 new employees. Current statistics by the Economic Roundtable: over 10% of Disney workers are homeless. 75% of Disney workers report that they do not earn enough money to cover basic expenses every month. 50% of the workers say they're worried that they will be evicted. And let me repeat, over 10% of Disney employees are currently homeless. Shame on Disney. According to their history, Disney's community contributions will include adding a minimum of 15,000 people to our homeless population and over 10,000 more people who are food insecure. Since when have you become so jaded that you do not care about our homeless population? As a person who is out there day after day, there has never been a decrease in the number of people on the street, regardless of what you're hearing from the people you pay millions to. In fact, there's been a definite increase. We need to keep people alive. Where is the walk-up cold weather shelter? It's almost December 1st. Where is the navigation shelter to administer services? Who is helping the homeless seniors? Kathy Chance, an Anaheim resident, has been out surveying the homeless population for weeks now. Has been unable to get any help housing the people she has seen. Bus benches have been altered to prevent people from laying down. My God, it's shameful how far this city will go to increase the suffering of individuals. Anaheim is anything but the city of kindness that it purports to be. No more building by Disney should be allowed until they help fix the mess that they have helped to create. Disney might claim to be the magical land, but it is anything but magical outside of their gates. Shame on Disney.
The problem in Anaheim is obviously the huge independent expenditures made by Disney, the Angels, and employee unions. I don't think there's a legal way to curtail them. Public exposure is probably the only deterrent available. The Anaheim campaign ordinance works fine the way it is. It has been in effect for 22 years and has periodically been amended to improve it and to address new concerns. It is patterned after the Orange County Campaign Reform Ordinance, which I wrote in 1977, showing my age. It is a very tight ordinance. The city of Orange has the same, but the Anaheim ordinance, with the help of your former city attorney, Jack White, really improved it. You have the best tin cup ordinance in Orange County. What Anaheim really needs is a gift ban. I know you don't want to hear about that, but this is the one thing that you as elected officials can do to prove to the public that your vote is not influenced by whining and dining and free tickets to Disneyland. I urge you to adopt a gift ban similar to the county's, which prohibits gifts from those doing business with Anaheim. As you know, I have been auditing your campaign statements for 22 years. Free, I'm not even a resident of Anaheim, but I won't be here forever. It is time for Anaheim to have an ethics commission similar to the counties. The executive director of such a commission could take over the auditing and enforcement responsibilities, as well as conducting the state-required ethics training and overseeing the lobbyist and hopefully a gift ban ordinance. I would advise you to ask Ms. Dina Horde, who is the executive director of the county's ethics commission, to make a presentation to tell you how well this has worked in Orange County, and it could work that well for you. I have some reading material. Can I give it to somebody? And I have something for Mr. Fabula. And this is for the staff and the council. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor and fellow council members. My name is Marisol Ramirez. I'm a proud born and raised resident of Anaheim. Today's comments are not only personal, but within my role as Director of Programs for Orange County Communities Organized for Responsible Development. I was raised in neighborhoods that didn't have a library within walking distance, no community resource center that my mom could take me to within walking distance after long hours of work. I began organizing around neighborhood issues at the young age of 16, only to discover that it didn't matter the hundreds of people that we prepared to raise their voices because our council was already prepared to vote in favor of special interests, regardless of the heartfelt and lived experiences residents gained to the courage to express here. For decades, I have witnessed a revolving door of candidates and elected officials being bought out by campaign contributors to pass motions, policies, and sign contracts without thinking about the long-term effects of working-class families. Yet, I see that some of these politicians continue to use our community for photo ops in preparation for the next election. As everyone on the dais is aware, the city of Anaheim is under FBI investigation for corruption across multi-layered groups. Accord pushed to ensure that an internal and independent investigation be conducted by JL Group, and upon and since conclusion, this city council has refused to speak publicly about the findings and did not invest in any public forums to educate and share information discovered within this report. Accord, in partnership with Kennedy Commission and Orange County Community Congregation Organization, united in efforts to shed light on what is still happening in the city right under residents' noses. We hosted a series of community forums with a variety of panel speakers, which included former council members, community organizers, and even our very own former Mayor Tom Tate. We had hundreds of concerned Anaheim residents attend, and I do want to thank and acknowledge every council member was invited to hear and to see that residents do care about corruption in their city, despite what some council members have stated in public meetings. So my thanks, they do go out to Councilwoman Norma Kurtz for attending our forums to listen to her constituents. Accord had residents submit a short community survey about their thoughts on the JL report findings on corruption, and the responses supported the policy and change recommendations that formulated our report. For those watching, you can find and read our short report at accord.org. My fellow Anaheim residents, we have an important opportunity before us to improve the integrity of our local elections. Our city's campaign finance laws are in dire need of reform, and we truly want representatives who are accountable to the people. And as it stands now, the outsized influence of special interest groups and political action committees have compromised the independence of too many candidates. I'll continue, but my time is up. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name's Penelope Lopez, and I'm a resident of District 2. I'm also the organizing director at Chispa, and I'm here to speak on item 32. I've been looking forward to this conversation for a while. It's unfortunate that it kept getting pushed back, but I'm really eager to sit in and hear your discussion later. But I just wanted to share a bit about myself. Years ago, I didn't really care to think about the politics of my city. I was simply just trying to survive, trying to stay housed, trying to stay fed, trying not to break under the conditions that many residents in Anaheim face every single day. And I learned from local leaders about the power of local politics and how much votes at the dais and real leadership can transform the livelihoods of entire communities. And it didn't take too long after that to realize that something was terribly wrong in the city. The dozens of campaign mailers from politicians promising to fight for us were lying, because why are self-proclaimed community champions voting down affordable housing? Why are they voting down worker protections? And why are they voting down a livable wage? The people who sat at the dais before you didn't represent Anaheim's many. Their votes at the dais represented the few big special interest groups that fed their election campaigns. Oh gosh, why $1.3 million to back 3 candidates in the previous general election and more than $3 million to shoot down Measure A is just wild. It's just hard to comprehend. And to be honest, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of this profit over people legacy in Anaheim. I'm tired of watching fierce leaders lose seats because they simply cannot compete with Soars, Disneyland, or the APOA's disgustingly large campaign contributions. And that legacy continues and will continue unless someone has the courage and the integrity to make the necessary change. Do not shoot down this opportunity to do right by your constituents. Have a meaningful and actionable discussion that leads to campaign finance regulations that increase transparency, accountability, and public trust in the political process. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carolina Mendez. I'm a lifelong resident of Anaheim, and I'm an organizer. Here at home and in my day job, where I work in a national role on campaigns across the country at the federal, state, and local levels, school board to Congress, I've seen a lot. And there's one thing that's true everywhere, whether I'm on the ground in New York or Georgia or right here at home, and it's that the flow of money in politics isn't just about who wins an election, it's about whose interests are represented once the race is over. When special interests bankroll a candidate, it's not out of charity, it's a calculated investment with expected returns. So when we talk about campaign finance reform, we're talking about changing that dynamic. We're talking about leveling the playing field so that every voice matters, not just those who can afford to be heard. We're talking about creating a political system that is responsive to the needs of all its citizens, not just a privileged few. And we mean all, especially those who aren't here. Some of you have insinuated that it's a small group advocating for this issue, and because others aren't actively championing reform, everything must be fine. Ostensibly it is. Rent gets paid, groceries get bought, tanks are filled, regardless of your ability to recognize the sacrifices that make it possible. We make it happen because that's all we know. But please, please, please do not sit up there and mistake our resilience for satisfaction with the status quo. Don't tell me that because my family, because my community manages to survive, that we don't deserve to thrive. Your quality of leadership as our elected officials shouldn't be determined by how much we can take. I remember sitting in this chamber when the number 350,000 was thrown around, that we're a city of 350,000 with the insinuation that the dozens of us who come up to this podium don't matter. We can't fit 350,000 people in this room. But we always have room for Disney, we always have room for SOAR, and for the police union and the hotels and the corporate landlords. They make their presence known even when you refuse to name them. Your constituents' absence today doesn't reflect disinterest or complacency. It mirrors your collective failure to make these chambers a place where they're heard, a place for real power. Make these chambers a place of real power, govern the way that you campaigned, and give campaign finance reform the discussion that our people deserve. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rebecca Pasillas, and I reside in District 1. I come in here in support of campaign finance reform. Learning what came out in the report was disgusting and appalling considering who was involved and what they were exactly doing. Don't think we forgot. These special interest groups are making our everyday lives in Anaheim extremely difficult and unsafe. Our rents are skyrocketing, groceries are becoming more expensive, the community is suffering under the pressure. Meanwhile, some of you received hundreds of thousands to appease those causing these problems. This is no longer acceptable. Our city can be great, starting with campaign finance reform. We need our elected leaders to respect their constituents and be transparent. Show us where your interests lie in regard to serving the community or serving the highest bidder. We are not now or ever in a position to be bought or sold. Taking money from these special interest groups without transparency does an incredible amount of damage to our city. And if you're using this opportunity of sitting on that dais to advance your own political career or advance your own financial stability, we need you to get out of the way and stop making life in Anaheim worse. We will find someone who has the courage to stand up to these corrupt special interest groups and to help uplift our communities and give the everyday Anaheim resident assurance of affordable housing, rent control, police accountability, and other community services. If you had any slight integrity left, you would pass campaign finance reform. If not, we know who's up for re-election. And the power lies with us, the voters. So we need you to step up and be accountable or get out of the way.
Mayor, Council, my name is Wes Jones and I live in Anaheim. Tonight is the big night. Tonight is the night you, the council, have a real opportunity to change things in Anaheim. Campaign finance reform is the only real way to achieve the reforms we need in our city. If one goes back to the FBI report, which revealed how desperately we need reforms, Jeff Flint was overheard in a wiretap saying he and the cabal could make the council do anything because of the amount of money that had been dumped into the campaigns. In my opinion, the best way to achieve campaign finance reform is to limit the direct campaign contributions to council campaigns, but most importantly, PACs and expenditures need to be, and independent expenditures need to be controlled. And an entity that donates to or creates a PAC, whether it is resort interest, as Disney, hoteliers, a union interest, not just police and fire, but also entities like Unite here and any other resort workers union. If an entity chooses to make a PAC donation to support one of you guys, there will be no limits on what they can say. They can still say whatever they want. Their First Amendment rights are preserved. The only limitation is on you council members. If they dump a whole bunch of money supporting you, you can't, for the next year, vote on anything that pertains to them. And if you want to stop pay-to-play politics, this is one way to do it. A councilman has a 4-year term. This is only going to last a year. So if you really got to vote on their items, you got 3 more years to do it. I would like to see city council elections where everybody has
Mr.
equal
Jones, I'm
chance to be
sorry, your time
elected.
is up.
And I would like to see city council elections where one's mailboxes are not flooded with shiny.
Mr. Jones, your 3 minutes are up, please.
Thank you very much. Are not flooded with
Mr.
shiny
Jones, it's
flyers
3
and
minutes.
paid for by PACs and independent
If you could please wrap up, please. Everyone has the same amount of time. It's
expenditures.
3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Vern Nelson, the white man of Anna Drive. Sorry I missed the last few meetings. I was down in Santa Ana helping Jesse Lopez beat the recall funded by the police union and landlords down there. That was a great victory for the people over the special interests. On that note, I'm not sure if anybody here congratulated the people of Anaheim and the workers of Disneyland for their great victory last month in the California Supreme Court. If someone here did, I apologize. This was about 2018's Measure L, which required any company in Anaheim getting a public subsidy to pay their workers a living wage. We Anaheim voters passed that by 54%, and we were mostly thinking about Disney at the time. My friends Paul Sanford and Bill O'Connell, who get subsidies for their hotels, went ahead and followed the law. But Disney tried to claim they don't get any subsidies from the city. And the first judge they went to sided with Disney. But that was appealed, and finally last month the Supreme Court told Disney, you got to pay your workers a living wage. And not only that, but back pay and interest. This is going to be tens of millions of dollars coming into our economy in the coming months, and everybody should be happy about that. So congratulations to the hardworking cast members of Disneyland. We hope you spend your windfalls here in the city of kindness. Today is Campaign Finance Reform Day. I hope you discuss this vital issue over the course of a few meetings, as there's way too much to say about it in 3 minutes here. I wrote about it on the Orange Juice blog this morning, which I sent to you all, and I hope you read or read. It's called The Anaheim Way and Real Campaign Finance Reform. Any reforms you make that don't address the elephant in the room of independent expenditures, which is about 99% of the money flooding our elections, don't deserve the name of campaign finance reform. It'll just be tinkering around the edge of the Grand Canyon, or treating a cancer patient who needs chemo with a few Band-Aids. What Anaheim needs is a recusal rule applied to independent expenditures. Some of you have said that Citizens United would make that unconstitutional, indefensible in court. Our great city attorney disagrees, as do many experts. Citizens United prevents us from limiting or banning IEs, but we're talking here about a recusal rule to stop council members who benefited from IEs from voting for the benefit of any company, union, or person who contributed to those IEs. This is constitutional. Mr. Fabella says he can defend it in court, and it's the only way to stop all the millions of dollars of dark money that floods our elections every 2 years. Hell, my friend Steve here voted for it last year, and Steve wouldn't vote for something unconstitutional. We can do this. It's the Anaheim way. We can be known as a city that dealt with this corruption problem by being the first to stand up for big money. I got to squeeze 2 things in here. This coming Saturday at 5, I'm doing a big holidays concert at the Anaheim United Methodist Church. If you want to hear the Nutcracker Suite, the Moonlight Sonata, Claire de Lune, Leonard Cohen, and Elton John, Johnny Cash, John Coltrane, and the premiere of my new song, The Ghost of Kelly Thomas, then you really need to be there. And then the following Thursday, December 7th, Senator Tom Umberg will be our special guest at the Anaheim Democrats Club meeting. You should come to that if you're a Democrat in Anaheim. Ashley should come, Carlos should come, Natalie should come, and especially Norma, who's a member now.
Mr. Nelson, your time is
We'll
up.
I got a couple more seconds. We'll be talking about the Anaheim Housing Trust Fund and other burning Anaheim issues. So don't be a stranger. We'll see you
Nelson.
at both places. And meanwhile, please vote for real campaign finance reform. It's
Thank
the
you, Mr.
Anaheim way.
Nelson.
For everybody.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rachel Pozos, la cofundadora de Alianza Translatinex. Junto a la Unión de Vecinos y OCOR, esta noche estoy aquí.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Pozos. I'm here with the Union of Neighbors and Accord.
Para que apoyen la campaña de reforma financiera, ya que creo es importante, estaría de más mencionar todos los que los demás ya han mencionado, los problemas que tenemos en la ciudad de Anaheim.
I'm here to support the campaign financial reform, and it's important to mention everything that everybody has mentioned here, that we need help.
Ya que queremos políticos que trabajen con la comunidad. No queremos que enriquezcan a las personas, al rico más rico y al pobre más pobre, como ya lo mencionaron anteriormente. Estamos aquí porque queremos que apoyen, porque es importante, porque la gente nos seguimos desplazando por falta de vivienda, falta de recursos, por apoyar este tipo de darles el poder a estas campañas que vienen a buscar su propio beneficio.
We need policies in this community, politics in our community, to help us, to work for us, not like it was mentioned before, for rich to get richer and the poor to get poorer. We want to stop people from leaving Anaheim. We want affordable housing and more assistance for the people that are from Anaheim.
Por aclarar o por hacerles, es triste seguir escuchando a la gente que llegue a las organizaciones pidiendo recursos que las ciudades desafortunadamente no ofrecen o no nos ponen muchas trabas para poder acceder a esos recursos. Los invito a que apoyen esta campaña financiera, ya que queremos un cambio en la ciudad de Anaheim.
It's very sad to accept that people continue to come to places and still continue to request resources and request help. I invite you to support the campaign of financial reform.
Y eso nomás por mencionar algunos de los recursos que ya hacen falta en la ciudad. Como ya lo mencionaron, salud mental es muy importante para toda la comunidad en general, pero los invito a que apoyen esta campaña. Creo que sería de mucho beneficio para la comunidad en general. Buenas noches.
And that's just to mention some of the resources that are needed here in our city. And I continue to invite you to support this campaign of reform. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tanya, an organizer with Chispa. Tonight, you rightfully honored the excellent youth writers from Anaheim elementary schools. I smiled when you told the youth that their voices mattered. I wonder what they would say about the corrupt decisions that you made on this council, and how would you explain to them that you've played with their housing security and food security to secure SOAR donations to your campaign? I think about the students, and I can't help to think about our Indigenous students and students of color who continue to be subjected to the terrible mascot of colonizers. The city of Anaheim has long had a reputation for violently cutting down its own community in order to cater to powerful special interests. Campaign finance reform is the bare minimum this council can propose. As someone who's worked on several electoral campaigns, both national and local, I have a clear understanding on the corrupt backdoor deals that happen in order to secure these enormous donations. There's proof on this council today. For District 3, Councilmember Natalie and District 6, Councilmember Natalie, who together received over $800,000 in 2022 campaign funds from SOAR, they both, along with many others on this council, voted to shoot down Measure A, which is a community initiative to improve the wages and safety of local hotel and event center employees. The Anaheim community deserves better. You have an opportunity to start with campaign finance reform or be replaced.
Hi, Mark Herbert, AnaheimGrease.com. Well, we're here tonight in the atmosphere of City Hall, still corrupt. It'll remain corrupt until we get the reports from the FBI investigation, until the state audit this winter comes in, until the OC district attorney does whatever he's going to do, and perhaps most importantly, until the sentencing hearing in June for Mayor Sidhu and Ament. Those sentencing reports are being currently compiled now, and from my couple friends in the law profession, they tell me the procedure is each side gets one more bite of the apple, including hearsay, trying to persuade the judge to their side on the sentencing. In particular, I'm very interested in the prosecution because it gives them one more chance to really twist those arms for the two who've pled guilty. This is their last chance to really come clean. So that should be interesting. Until this happens, talking about campaign reform will be like talking about the weather. The weather's going to do what it's going to do. I like Vern's idea because it's self-regulating. The recusal rule to independent expenditures allows you guys to collect as much as you want, but you wouldn't be allowed to vote on particular issues if some of your donors exceeded the limits. What I like about that is it's self-regulating. We don't depend on the council for enforcement because the council has proved lacking in that when it comes towards the lobbying ordinance in the city. Still waiting to hear, perhaps in this meeting's council communications, whether Jill Wallace and Red Hook will be prosecuted for their violations of the current city ordinance. I'm not holding my breath on that. And my concern about passing a new lobbying regulation, new campaign reform regulation is, if you can't enforce a simple ordinance like lobbying, how are you going to enforce a complicated ordinance on campaigns? And if we need to look no farther, then let's not forget fire station number 12 in the Platinum Triangle. Perhaps if we're going to deal with campaign reform, we should start to see where Disney and Artie Marino are on it. Because when we passed fire station number 12 and budgeted it, we're still waiting for Artie's approval. So I guess
Mr. Herbert, I'm sorry, your time
maybe we
is
should
up.
start there and see how they feel about campaign reform.
Our next speaker, Alejandro Lobatos. Alejandro? So Mayor and City Council, that concludes our speakers on agenda items. And now we have speakers with regards to just general comments, and we can start going through those. Our first speaker, Lena Bates, Linea, Lena Bates.
It's actually Lene Bates, but good attempt. Thank you. I called earlier to City Hall, and I'm here today. In the last 18 months, I've sent numerous complaints through Anaheim CityNet, and I thank you, Carlos, for all of your help. I currently live in Heritage Village, HOA. I've lived there for 22 years. In the last 18 months, we've had enormous encampments on the railroad tracks. But I'm here specifically because yesterday I called regarding the smoke. So if this is my patio door, and where the mayor's sitting is my back fence, and behind it is exactly 3 feet to the HOA fence, with a privacy fence of about maybe 11 to 12 feet, which is probably approximately to that camera, there's smoke, probably to the ceiling. So I call the fire department to come out and put it out. But I was instructed by the firefighter that he's not allowed to put it out. He can only ask them to put it out because they have the right to heat and food, which I'm okay with. But considering my bedroom window faces that railroad track, I'm sleeping and have not been able to open my window in the last 18 months because of drug paraphernalia. I have double pane vinyl windows that are closed. I have 4 air purifiers in my home. I have a brand new heating and air conditioning unit. Yet I woke up last night at 1:30 in the morning as they restarted their blaze that was bigger than the one at 7:30. And I woke up gasping for air, which means I can't breathe because I'm asthmatic. So my question to the city council, because I have called numerous times to the police department, and they keep telling me how they're not allowed to be on railroad property, even though they're there to clean out the numerous encampments. Who's willing to protect me? Because we're protecting them, but I'm a taxpayer. I'm an American citizen. I contribute to the infrastructure of our city, but no one's willing to protect me. And I'm concerned because there are not just my unit that faces the railroad track, there's numerous units. And unfortunately, when I spoke with the 911 agent, she told me that there was already another call placed regarding the same situation the night before. And I'm hearing that I feel as though I have no recourse. So if you're asking me to put it out, I have no problem to put it out. But you better be willing to take what comes with that. Because I want to be able to sleep at night and breathe. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Bates, do we have your contact information so we can look up the reports you've made to Anaheim Anytime and CityNet, and we can look into the case?
Mayor and City Council, we didn't have her address and contact information on her speaker card. If you want to add any additional information, we can do that.
Would you mind privately just sharing that with us so we can look into it and get some answers back to you? Thank you.
Well, that was something else. Let's take a breath. We need to breathe and relax a little bit. You know, this is too much. I haven't been in one meeting for a long time, so it's kind of overwhelming what is happening. But besides all this chaos, you know, there is good things happening. I'm here to invite the mayor. Good evening, and good evening, everybody at the council. To Guanajuato next month. I'm sure they all got the flyer. We are here on behalf of the Federation of Guanajuato and also from the mayor of Silao, Guanajuato. As I explained to you, Guanajuato has something similar to California. The big, is called Puerto Interior, like a Silicon Valley over here. And we have several attractions like Disneyland, but not at Disneyland in Mexico. We have other different things. And we are having 3 major events in Guanajuato next month. So also we are preparing to bring another 40-some people to meet their family here. They're going to be at the Embassy of the United States in Mexico. We are getting the visas for them. And also we are, providing the planes and everything for them. So we like to do the same event over here as soon as we get all the people together. So we'll talk about that in another time, but check it out, the invitations. We also want to be, inviting you to be sister cities with Silao. And as soon as you read the whole thing, one is in Spanish, I don't know if somebody can translate it. And the one from the mayor in Silao is in English, so that's no problem reading it. And when you're ready, just contact me, and I will be talking with the mayor over there. And yes, and everybody that are involved in all these things that we're doing. So hopefully, you'll come with us. You will have something completely different than probably you have in your whole entire life. So I don't know how many of you would like to come to Guanajuato next month. So you will be in for a surprise. It's beautiful. It's like being in Europe. The cities are quite different than people think.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
You are all invited. Let me know as soon as you see it. Thank you.
Yekwe, Kualitotaki, Nitoka Masa, Nitokan Tekpat, Ninehameshika, Chicano, Chichimeca. I want to talk and share a little bit about what they mentioned. We're with Chispa. We support what they have to say and everyone against Disneyland. The term colonist, what it represents to our Chicano, Mexican, indigenous community that have Native American blood. This was Mexico. This book, there. In 1630, I'm sorry, whoa. In 1621, colonists invited Mazazoit, chief of the Wapanag. In fact, after the recent land deal, Mazazoit came 900 of his men. That meal is why we eat and meal together in November, celebrate as a nation. But that one wasn't a Thanksgiving meal. It was a land deal. 2 years later, there was another similar meal meant a symbolic internal friendship. 200 Indians dropped dead that night from an unknown poison. By the time Mazazoit's sons, Matacomet, became chief, there were no Indian pilgrim meals being eaten together. Matacomet, also known as King Philip, was forced to sign a peace treaty to give up all Indian guns. Three of his men were hung. His brother Masuta was left to say, very likely poisoned after being summoned and sized in the Plymouth count, all which of the led the forces of the cavalry of the colonists. 3 years later, the war was over. Matacomet was one on the run. He was caught by Benjamin Church, the captain of the 1st American Rangers, and Indians by the name of John Aldermata. Matacomet was beheaded and dismembered, quartered. They tied his body and cut it in pieces, the colonist, to a tree. I'm going to stop right there. I only have a little bit of seconds. That reminds me of the pool guys in Anaheim. Back then, your ancestors, or even recently, they wouldn't allow Mexican Chicanos to swim in the same pool off of Lincoln and Harbor. So there is history. It's Disneyland, it's the corporations, the history of when the city council was run by the KKK, and this racist police here in Anaheim. 3 weeks ago, one of our friends, Aztec Dancer's daughters, got shot by the Anaheim Police Department. That just shows you that the history of America, white America, and Anaheim has not changed. And that's why it is important to change the name of the school, the Colonist. If you're white, you're not gonna understand. You're not gonna be in our shoes. Listen to what our people are saying here. There's a lot of us working in different departments, in different areas. Please, let's change this name and support what the
Sir.
Chief organization is saying. Thank you so much.
All right, good evening. We've been, some of us been going to the Anaheim Union School Board meeting, and we have this police intervention in our schools, which I met some of them, and they're called SORs. And, you know, I was really impressed about how they listened and were very understanding and trained to work with young and the youth. And, but I also saw on social media somebody that was in some of the streets where they're talking to the police, and the behavior of the officers are doing the opposite. And those are kids that go to our schools. So my concern is you're having a good set of plans to try to work with the youth, but when they go home, they're being subjected to, and it's again, it's not saying if they're doing something bad or wrong, it's the behavior of the officers, because the ones, the SORs, they were very friendly, shook my hand, talked to me, listened, and didn't shut me up. But when I watch on the videos, they're talking back, and they're making a ready, which we all know that sometimes people say, well, that's a bad area, and everybody's bad because it's a bad area. We label. And so this is something that needs to be addressed. So I'm trying to just give information to whoever would be interested in looking into it, because then we're just not getting anywhere. If you're gonna, the kids are afraid because they get where these officers have uniforms. So really quickly, maybe something that can be done is get the SOR officers, some of them, not to wear uniforms, because these kids are traumatized by uniforms. And they won't talk to you, anybody, mother, fathers, or anything about what they go through, because they're afraid. And I've talked to hundreds of kids, and this is back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, and today. So there's a lot of scarring, and how are we gonna heal? I think it's gotta go both sides. And the Police Review Board was really good at having conversations over the SORs, and the school board. So, you know, we need more intervention with police officers to be given that kind of training to know that they work for us and that we're not there to do, but we have the right to see, because there's children that are being detained and people want to ask questions, and we become victims or, you know, suspects of something. And this is something that we need to work on. I mean, there was a lot of things to speak about, but this was one of the important parts that I think I wanted to get the message across to you guys, to see what you guys can do about it. So if anything, you know, it's our family. I'm a third
Sir, I'm
generation.
sorry, your
and
time is up.
I'm 2 more generations here, so I'm concerned about my families and the children. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Hope the Thanksgiving was a beautiful and respectful to our heritage, you know, and where we came from in the world. And thinking about that, I was thinking of the Declaration of Independence always comes to mind, no matter what I do, I think. And that's 250 years ago that Thomas Jefferson wrote, when in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to, in a sense, dissolve the binds that keep you connected to another. And it goes on, but those are those immortal words that we live by, because we broke our bounds with England, Great Britain, King George, and we need to do that here today, starting now, with the binds that keep us connected to Disney, SOAR, and all the basically negative corruption that we've endured these last couple of years.
and we don't need this, and we can do something about it starting tonight. And what I say is that you have to start somewhere. And even if you challenge the Supreme Court and the Citizens United, and they tell you no, at least you've done something. At least you have actually, in a sense, broken the binds that we're not going to talk about that. Because we need to talk about it. We need to strike a blow for liberty, as the old saying goes. We need to get out of this absolute mess we've been in these last couple of years that have basically the country around us laughing at us. This is Anaheim, and as Vern Nelson said, let's do it the Anaheim way. And I remember that slogan from the 1960s, and it was, we're better than that. We could stand up and do what's right because we're Anaheim. And I know that you guys have this in your hand right now, and you could start tonight by moving the ball down the field. And let's start with financial limitations, more transparency on the campaign reform, and let's get started, no matter where it takes us. Thank you.
Next speaker, Letitia Berry.
Good evening. My name is Leticia Bermejo, and I was here in your last city council meeting on August. After the meeting in August took place here, I was able to get a meeting with Chief of Anaheim Police Department, with Chief Rick Armendez, Joe Atkinson, and one more detective. At that time, they determined the suspect was in custody in Texas for the hit and run that my son suffered a motorcycle accident. As I was excited, on that afternoon on 127, I reached out to Joe Atkinson at the police department. I received the bad news yesterday that he got released. He will not be paying for what he did to my son. So I've been doing my job, my research by myself. I don't trust the Anaheim Police Department. It's a corruption. I've witnessed this. I witnessed it before. This is about almost 3 years. My son's paralyzed. I reached to a couple of police officers, which never give me the answers I need. At this time, I cannot look at an officer and trust any officer here. I want justice for my son. So which of you is gonna take charge of the Anaheim Police Department to make the right decision? And according to the detective, there was a search warrant that does not exist because there's no answer, there's no address for the suspect. So now he was released. My son's paralyzed. He has no career. He was supposed to be married. He was engaged. And at this time, everything fell apart. So I need justice for my son. So which one's gonna say, you guys are gonna help me out?
No, I'm happy. Let me reach out to the chief and just see what information we can find out on his case in Texas. And we can get back to you if we have your contact information. He already has it because you've spoken with him.
At this time, the last meeting I had with the chief of Anaheim Police Department, they were gonna reach out to me. They said, whenever you need something from me, feel free to reach out to me. I was there yesterday demanding answers for whoever did the misconduct of releasing the person that was already detained, that was supposed to be brought here, which did not take place because somebody decided to let him free. So at this point, I don't trust that anybody's gonna get to me back because at this time, I'm still waiting for Chief the chief of Anaheim Police Department to get back to me. So at this time, I do not trust it, and I do think he's part of the corruption.
Next speaker, Matthew Duncan.
I spoke last meeting about my concerns with the city's coyote management plan and the fact that the coyote trapping and killing was indiscriminate. Today, I'd just like to mention a couple things, a little bit just to kind of go back in my history of growing up in this city. As a kid, I mentioned this earlier, that one of the great parts about growing up in Anaheim was being able to watch and hear and peacefully coexist with our native wild coyote population. Never lost a pet to a coyote, and I feel bad, believe me. If somebody lost a cat to a coyote because the cat was out at night and got chased and possibly killed, hey, I feel bad about it. But again, on the other side, this past summer, I had a cat come over my back gate as I was in my backyard with my two senior small dogs, and one of my dogs does not like cats in her yard, and they got into it. And I got between them. I got scratched by the cat. My dog got scratched by the cat. So, I mean, I wasn't demanding that the city put the cats in gas chambers. My family's German Shepherd back in the day, and he killed multiple cats in his backyard. And nobody said that he should have been put in a gas chamber. I mean, the answer seems pretty obvious. As I looked at your city's coyote sightings interactive map, which, by the congratulations, that's very, very effective. You can go through and look at all the different interactions with coyotes. And all the red ones, or I won't say all, but a significant portion of the red ones involved outdoor, unattended cats being chased or attacked by coyotes. Okay, I didn't see any of those red ones that involved cats or coyotes going into a house, inside of a house, and attacking a cat indoors, or any coyotes attacking a cat in an outdoor catio. And by the way, there's some really great catios in Orange County now. A good friend of mine had her backyard catio on the cover or the front page of the Orange County Register. She lives in Laguna Canyon, lots of coyotes. She has not lost any of her dogs or cats. They're out in that catio day and night. So we can coexist. Now, for you, I understand.
Sir, I'm
It's
sorry,
tough.
your time is up.
Thank you.
Happy day. While you won't communicate with me, one of your Anaheim officials did. And he spent about 5 minutes just talking about what had gone on, just general gentlemanly chatter. And when I tried to begin to explain why I speak, why I'm still here, he seemed actually surprised. And he actually took a moment to say, Brian, your email to one of our staffers was completely inappropriate. I said, wow, I said something inappropriate. And so he said, yeah, you alluded to, and you used the N-word. I go, wow, I used the N-word. I'm reporting the use of the N-word by Officer Michael Kuna of the Anaheim Police Department. Maybe you're not aware of that. Maybe the petition wasn't very clear. When I asked Officer Michael Kuna, who has sent me 200 text messages in one night after I filed a complaint with Internal Affairs, and I tried to talk him down so we didn't have another dead police officer And I brought up a fellow friend of mine who is a police officer. He knew him. And Officer Michael Kuna says Polish and Jewish people are the N-word. Very clear. Later on, he comes clean. He sends me a text message saying, oh, hey, great job. You got an IA sergeant to visit my home, which could cause some trouble for a law enforcement officer. Did you all know that you have an Anaheim police officer who uses the N-word to decide who to arrest, who to beat up? That's your decision. You've all decided that you're going to have an Anaheim police officer who thinks that Polish people and Jewish people are niggers. And the city official was offended by my language, that I was reporting it. Very simply, if you don't want me to come up here and say that Officer Michael Kuna of the Anaheim Police Department says that Polish people and Jewish people are niggers, and that's how he decides who to arrest, then don't do it. Answer one of my petitions, or just fix the fucking problem. You've literally spent your entire time in office ignoring my petition, saying it's acceptable for an officer of the Anaheim Police Department to say that Polish people and Jewish people are niggers. That's what you've accomplished in your term of office. Happy day, you fucking idiots. Racist pieces of shit. You can stand up for him if you want.
The next speaker, Alicia. We'll go to the next speaker, Cecil Jordan Corkin.
Outreach Homeless Ministries, that really comes first. City chaplain, security for Disney. Well, I'm still doing the reports, and I found out that they're still doing the porn, because I flipped it on the channel, and I found some of the new programs, the new films are still there in porn. As far as the notes goes. As far as the forgiveness goes, is salvation. As far as the Leviticus 18, you read Leviticus 18, it'll tell you the sexual reports of the Bible. Thou shalt not with your family members. And that's what I'm finding out. I found that out about a year ago on those reports. And I'm looking at the understanding of what the Bible has to say on the forgiveness. You have to live it. You don't just run your mouth, you preach. You act what you preach for. Practice what you preach. And that's what I'm looking at. I wish Stephen Thussell would get back with Tom Tate sometime and have a talk with him and tell him that Jordan's still hanging in there, and I don't see why he can't come up with me and say a few words, because I ran across him one time in the meeting. And I want to see what's going to happen with the city council from now to 4 more years. And that's what I'm looking at. I want to see what's going to happen with the act of Disney. I want to see what the act of Israel and the hostages. I want to see what the act's going to happen in the next week or so with the hostages. If they're going to all get loose, get let go. A lot of them are in the hospital now. That's what I've heard today. A lot of them in the hospital, and we want to see what's going to happen next. In the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. We're praying for Jesus to come across and straighten this matter out. There's a time and place for everything. And in Matthew 6, it's not time yet for the end time war. He wanted me to say that. It's not time for the end time war. It's in Matthew 6. God bless you in Jesus' name. Thank you, Mayor, for my moments. And the bus I gotta go catch.
Thank you, Mr. Corcoran.
And Mayor and City Council,
Takes time.
that concludes all our in-person speakers. Noting for the record, we did receive 7 general comments electronically. Those were distributed to City Council and they were posted on the city's website.
Thank you, clerk. So we're now going to close the public comment portion of this meeting and move on to our council communications. If a council member has something to share, please ring in. I'll start with Council Member Kurtz and then Council Member Fussell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, I want to start, and I know this is late. The Veterans Day ceremony occurred some weeks ago, but I haven't had a chance to say thank you, first of all, to Nick Gomez, who was responsible for pulling it together. Nick is also an employee and a veteran. I want to highlight especially 2 of the photos. The one in the bottom where there's a picture of all of the veterans that attended. Wonderful event, and it was so heartwarming to see them all. I also want to share one on my upper right. With me are 2 Vietnam War veterans. Gentleman with the red shirt is a District 4 resident. He happened to go to the same high school my mother did in El Paso, Texas. He's Army Vietnam War veteran. The gentleman with the flag in his shirt happens to be my husband. He is a Navy veteran, a Vietnam vet, served 4 tours in Vietnam. And the reason I want to highlight the Vietnam War veterans is I want to give them a special shout out, a special thanks. These are the veterans that came home to people spitting on them, yelling at them, never received the thanks that they deserved. And so I wanted to take a few minutes today to do that. Next one. Cielo graduation. 33 women in the Ponderosa area attended 7 weeks of classes on childcare and running a childcare facility in their home. We often comment, we get excuses from our community sometimes saying they don't know how to do something and they don't know how to get a license or permit. These 33 women took time out of their lives for 7 weeks, learned how to run a child care establishment, and as a matter of fact, this is their graduation day, and already on that day, 3 of the women had their business licenses and permits. So I want to really congratulate these women on their graduation in the Cielo program. Next one. Also, a thank you to the Anaheim Public Utilities Holiday Lights drive-through. It is such a well-organized, wonderful event, and Mayor Pro Tem, I saw your mother drive through to get her exchange for Christmas lights. This year, they also collected the electrical equipment that can't be just thrown out in the trash. They got the help of Homeboy Industries to do that. But again, a huge shout out to our APU. Last, Anaheim Ballet. I had the absolute pleasure, honor of attending the ballet yesterday along with over 500 students from our Anaheim Elementary School District. The Anaheim Ballet put on part of the Nutcracker for them. The kids absolutely enjoyed it, and you can see a picture here of little boys who I never would have thought would have sat still for an hour of ballet, were in awe of what they saw in front of them. And I really want to thank the Anaheim Ballet for presenting it to our students. I want to quote an artist, Romero Brito. Art is too important not to share. So I thank the Anaheim Ballet for sharing their beautiful art. Lastly, I'd like to, Mayor, ask that we close our meeting today in memory of former Assembly Member Jim Morrissey, passed away in November. He was a resident of District 4, long-time resident, but served and represented our community for 4 years in the California legislature. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll continue sort of with my recognitions. I'd like to, if we may tonight, close our meeting in memory of Mrs. Margarita Priego. She's a mother of 3 children, a 7-year-old son, a 12-year-old daughter, a 14-year-old son. Just a week ago, she was out walking with her husband and was struck at an intersection and lost her life. She is a longtime District 5 resident, and we certainly feel for her. And luckily, there's a lot of neighbors that are coming to her support, and it's just, you know, you walk out with your husband and don't come home. I can only imagine such a thing happening. Also, we lost a Navy veteran, actually this last June, and we're only learning about it now. Bob Brunette lives in the west end of town, a U.S. Navy veteran during the Vietnam War, leaves a family and grandchildren behind, so we'd like to recall him. A few things, do we have something to show? Okay, a few things that we were part of recently, and I'd like to talk to, even though it's not my district, I have a lot of blood relatives that attended Anaheim High School, but Sophia Romero, and I think she's in the picture there, contacted me about a month or so back, and the Anaheim High volleyball team needed some volleyballs, and I was able to arrange that through the Orange County Sports Commission, and we gave those to the school for both their boys and girls volleyball. And Madam Mayor Pro Tem, we tried to get you to be part of this, but we couldn't arrange it. But in any event, congratulations. The kids at the school got the balls, and they're certainly appreciative of it. What else happened here recently? Oh, and Madam Mayor, I think you joined me on that one. That was a business assistance meeting in District 5 and District 6 at, of all places, Brewery X, again at District 5 business. And what, a couple dozen, about 3 dozen, I think 3 dozen businesses joined us. And, excuse me? Oh, and Councilmember Meeks was there as well, sorry. Okay, but so heard presentations from public utilities and planning and our police department and our economic development, and it was a great opportunity, and I think the businesses certainly appreciated realizing what the city government can bring them if they just simply need to ask. And what else? I couldn't make it, but Chrysalis, who is right in our backyard here practically, received or celebrated their 5th anniversary, and we were very, very happy to support them. I pushed the green button on that vote 5 years ago. They've been a great civic partner. Every day they ring a bell when they're able to get a homeless person a job position, and they ring a bell regularly, and we're very, very supportive of what they do. They're a great partner for our city government. And is there one more? Oh, okay, and I believe I joined the city manager at our recent Anaheim Police Department promotion ceremony, and 2 of our records individuals that were here earlier were promoted, and we're very happy and proud of that. A couple of, at least one lateral from another department was coming to be part of the Anaheim police family. And is that it? Oh, one more. Oh, Madam Mayor, I think you probably talk talk about this one. This was at the Eli Home Christmas Ball and Tree Lighting. They're one of our great partners, and they received a $5 million check grant from Cal Optima. And Susan, and I think you can see Susan and myself there, and I've always been trying to be a supporter of them. So congratulations for Eli Home. They support, as many of us know, battered women and families. So it's great to be able to support them. And okay, there, I think that's the last one. And I think some of us attended. I was there very, very early at the We Give Thanks Thanksgiving meal at the Honda Center. They served over 5,000 Thanksgiving meals this year. And Councilmember Leon, nice to see you there. And there's Paul Andreessen from the board of We Give Thanks. And our own Frank Garcia started this 20 years ago, I think, and still goes strong. And although I did not have a chance this year, I have in past years actually handed out the food. Couldn't do that this year, but because I already had another appointment. But Frank, thanks very much for putting this together, and thank the city partnership, and especially that of the Honda Center, for continuing to support this. And I think, oh dear.
2 more slides.
Oh my God, okay. Well, okay, so I was active. We got a few things done. Reborn Cabinets is a longtime District 5 business, and I think this is their 7th year to do Bass for the Brave, and they select a veteran and in one day do a complete bathroom remodel. And I'm there standing next to Harry Takano, who is a Coast Guard veteran, and we don't have a lot of Coast Guard veterans in Anaheim, and very happy to be there with the team from Reborn Cabinets. And although I didn't stick around all day to see if it was actually done in one day, but I have every belief that it was, because that's what they do. And again, thank you for the Reborn family for continuing to support our vets. And I think that was great. And now, Madam Mayor, you were there with me, I think, although that's not you, but Susan and I were there. And that was the Anaheim White House Christmas tree lighting. And again, this is to support Katarina's Club every year. And Bruno does a great job. And I'm there with, I guess, the Christmas, I'm not sure, the Christmas Queen, I guess. The Christmas Angel, yes, very good. Okay, so, and I guess that's about it for me. So we stayed busy, and I think we all had a great Thanksgiving. So I'll defer.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz, and then Councilmember Leon.
Are you ready, Teresa? All right. I don't talk about myself, but I like to talk about an amazing new restaurant in District 1. El Muelle de San Blas. This is it's based on a love story, beautiful love story from Mexico. San Blas is a small town in seaside town in Mexico. Of course, they sell seafood, churros, ice cream. Pretty soon, they're gonna obtain the license to sell beer. They open from 9 to 9 every day. Excellent food, excellent attention, excellent prices. They are located at 2607 West Lincoln in the corner of Magnolia. They have a beautiful decoration with pictures of the town and pictures of famous Mexican celebrities. I encourage you to go to this restaurant. You won't regret the price. Excellent seafood, excellent attention. Please support the local businesses. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A few upcoming events to invite members of the community to. Number one, my office is partnering with Abrazar and Mercy Health for a free COVID and flu vaccine clinic on Saturday, December 9th from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at St. Justin Martyr Catholic Church, just off of Ball Road. No registration required, but we do ask that you bring your ID and proof of insurance if you have it. Again, that's December 9th, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at St. Justin's. Second event, looking forward to seeing everyone this Friday at the West Anaheim tree lighting over at Twilight Reed Park. I believe the festivities begin at 6 p.m. and there will be a photo op with Santa Claus. He's going to be taking a break from all the toy preparation to go and take some photos with the kids. So hopefully we'll see you all out there. And then the third event, the UPS store off of Brookers in District 2 is partnering with our police department for a crime prevention community event this Saturday from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Join the APD team to learn crime prevention tips, protect yourself from fraud and scams, and there will also be a document shredding opportunity if you need it. Again, that's this Saturday, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. I want to thank our local Starbucks team for hosting Coffee with the Veterans event at the Starbucks off of Euclid and Catella. It was nice to interact with some of our local heroes over a cup of coffee and some pastries. A big thank you to everyone who helped organize that, along with a number of other Veterans Day events throughout the city. A big thank you to the hundreds of volunteers who came out to the 37th annual We Give Thanks Thanksgiving dinner last week. Thousands were fed a free dinner, and I also got to help serve some food. The Anaheim Ducks and the coaching staff were out there serving food as well. So there's a lot of teamwork throughout the week leading up to and throughout the event. Also joined my colleague in giving a shout out to Mr. Frank Garcia, who got it all started almost 40 years ago outside of his restaurant. A big shout out to the We Give Thanks team as well. Really appreciate everyone's efforts in putting this together. And on that note, I do want to give a very special shout out to our Anaheim Public Utilities team, Director Dooku Lee, as well as Warehouse Supervisor Brian Cruz, who on Thanksgiving, they took some time away from their families to go and deliver some much needed waters at the Honda Center, especially in the afternoon as it started getting a little bit warmer. Thank you to Dooku and Brian for their efforts. Appreciate you coming out and making sure there was enough water for all of the attendees. Really appreciate it. And so now I'd like to recognize our business and restaurants of the month for the month of November, starting with Big Wheel Bike Shop. This is a family-owned small business that's been around for almost over 30 years over in West Anaheim. They're located off of Euclid. They have a wide array of bike selections. I believe they do some custom orders and repairs as well. Peter took over the business a few years ago after having worked there for a number of years, and he has been steadfast in his commitment to our local community. They're open every day, so make sure to stop by if you're looking for a bike or if you're looking for a Christmas gift that's coming up. Support our local businesses and Big Wheel Bike Shop. Congratulations again to them for being named our November 2023 Business of the Month. And for our Restaurant of the Month, excited to recognize Country Family Cafe. It's also a family-owned small business, also located on Euclid, but on the other side of Euclid, near Catella. Blanca and her husband first opened up the restaurant over 20 years ago. It quickly became a must-have, a must-go-to in West Anaheim. Now Blanca, her brother, and the family work in the restaurant. I would encourage everybody to stop by and try out their breakfast. Really good, really fresh, high-quality ingredients, which is why they've really become a local gem, and we look forward to seeing their continued success. So congratulations again to Country Family Cafe, our November 2023 Restaurant of the Month. And finally, Madam Mayor, I would like to respectfully request that we adjourn today's meeting in memory of Mr. Ed Prang, who was a longtime coach and teacher over at Loera High School, who recently passed away. On behalf of District 2, we send our thoughts and prayers to the Prang family and the entire Loera Saxon family during this difficult time as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. And I want to first start off by thanking all of our public commenters and everybody who came to participate in the process. And bear with me, I think the mayor and I are the only two left for our council communications. It's been a couple of weeks since we've had a meeting, so there are quite a few. Madam City Clerk, may I please have my slides up? Thank you. And I know that you all have seen a few of these, but I think it's still important to highlight the fact that Anaheim is big on congratulating and thanking our veterans for their sacrifice for our country. So Anaheim's Veterans Day ceremony took place at Anaheim's Veterans Memorial. If you have not visited this location, it's near Museo, and I highly recommend you take the time to take a look. Grateful for all of the veterans who attended and allowed us to recognize their bravery and sacrifice. I also just want to thank the city staff for making this possible. In particular, Mike Lister and his team who were on hand, as well as many other who made sure that this event continues to go off successfully. And then also Public Utilities does give away free green light bulbs, which represent Operation Green Light for veterans, for supporting veterans and helping veterans transition back into civilian life. So I want to thank Public Utilities for always making sure that we are recognizing our veterans in that way as well. Can you go back really quick, Therese? Sorry. I also just want to mention, so the VFW, I was at the VFW the night before, and I'm happy to have welcomed our Deputy Undersecretary for the Army who came to visit the VFW here in Anaheim. And then the mayor and I also had the great honor, I continue to serve on the Orange County Fair Board, which is home to Heroes Hall, and they also had a recognition. One of the veterans is also a Coast Guard up in that middle picture, and he is a resident of District 3. And then Ron Bingleshay at the bottom is also a resident of District 3 and a former Public Utilities employee here in the city of Anaheim. And then for those of you who don't know Bobby McDonald, that is Bobby McDonald. Next slide. And I know that we did mention Chrysalis. So Chrysalis is near and dear to my heart because I had the opportunity to serve on their advisory council for the past 5 years. But I also just want to recognize their 5 years here in Anaheim and also serving the greater Orange County population. So what Chrysalis does is they help transform thousands of lives by breaking barriers and providing transitional work, job readiness, and employment placement to those able and willing to work. We know there's no one solution to the complex issue of homelessness and housing instability, but Chrysalis is helping our community members get back to work, bettering themselves and our community. They also partner with several employers, including Caltrans, which is a government agency. I see we have some carpenters in the room today, so there are opportunities as well to help get some of the clients at Chrysalis transitioned into work through the Carpenters Union. So hopefully we can make a connection between you guys and Chrysalis. Next slide, please. In District 3, post-Thanksgiving, I did not make it to Thanksgiving events. I took that day to spend time with my family who does sacrifice throughout the year, not seeing me most days. So we celebrated at home with family and friends. But I did participate in a local cleanup the next day. We met at a local business called Radiant Brewery, which is located off of Lincoln. And if you have not been there, I highly recommend. The people who own the business are the nicest people, and it's just a very welcoming environment. But we picked up a lot of trash. I would say about 40 bags of trash, and there were still trash that needed to be picked up. So this local nonprofit does everything on their own without any funding from other sources, and they gather quarterly, monthly if they can. Local residents in my district, Jody and Kevin, are the key stakeholders for this initiative, and we're grateful to have them. And I would also like to request, and I will do this during my agenda item setting, to honor them at some point because they will be celebrating 10 years in Anaheim soon. So next slide, please. So every now and then you get to meet somebody who's extraordinary. And I had the opportunity at a Girls Inc. event to meet a young lady who's 12 years old. She is a podcaster. And we welcomed her here to City Hall because she asked if she could, if I would join her on her podcast, which was quite the experience because she's impressive. We were able to bring her in. Her podcast focuses on life, business, and growth through the lens of a 12-year-old. She is currently recording season 5 and has recorded close to 100 episodes and has featured entrepreneurs, public figures, and community organizers. She has over 3,000 streams and with listeners in over 15 countries. So I just wanted to also thank our city employees who made the experience probably one of the most memorable for this young lady. Mike Lister and Ron were there to help her record in a professional setting. And then as you can see, our city manager and our assistant city manager also welcomed her to City Hall. So it was one of the most rewarding experiences for me just to be able to spend time with this young lady. And I want to thank all of our city staff who helped make it special for her too. Next slide. So in District 3, since I was elected last November, one of the priorities that I've had is to go into our neighborhoods. In District 3, we have 50,000 residents and about 27,000 voters. And there are various pockets throughout my district that are all unique. My first district meeting was in December of 2022 when I was first elected, and in that meeting was on Sycamore, and we actually have successfully obtained a stop sign in that area. So these district meetings are really beneficial. This one happened to be on Lemon Street. There were several concerns related to driving fast, blowing through stop signs, unhoused individuals who might be creating some quality of life issues and safety issues. So our new community police team was on hand to answer any questions. Public utilities, public works, and many other departments were also there to help the residents understand what resources are available and how their taxpayer dollars are working for them here in the city of Anaheim. Next slide. We also had another meeting in a different area of my district on Dickel Street. This area has a more unique issue. So some of the issues that they were facing were safety issues related to large parties that occurred in the area. And our chief of police was very responsive in making sure that the community was aware of how the police officers responded and dispersed the people who were there. We've also had some issues with businesses surrounding the area, impacting the quality of life and other parking challenges. So public works, public utilities, and our police team were also on hand to answer any questions for our neighbors on Dickel Street. And then, Madam Mayor, if I may request that we close the meeting in memoriam of Bertha Alda Maria Munoa. So Bertha is a lifelong resident and family friend. She resides in District 3 on Pine Street. She has been known to many people as Grandma, and everybody really loved her, and she will be missed in District 3. And I'll hand this over. And I think I have 2 more slides left, and that's it. So a couple upcoming events, and I'm calling for support for these events. Thank you to our city manager, who has also had various departments participate, including public utilities, fire, as well as police. This free breakfast, which occurs on Christmas Eve, is celebrating its 15th year. It was started by 2 small business owners, or 1 small business owner here in District 3. If you have not been to their restaurant, it's K&A and Cervantes. They started it out of the kindness of their heart. It's a husband and wife team, and they now feed over 1,000 families who come on Christmas Eve to their restaurant. It's totally volunteer run, so if you would like to donate a toy or volunteer at the gift wrapping, there are various opportunities for that. So I highly recommend anybody who's willing to help make this a success again this year. Almost second to last slide. So the District 3 newsletter is now up and running. So if you would like to subscribe, the QR code there, you can go ahead and easily submit your information. And we would love for you to stay in touch with our district, and we will make sure that you're aware of anything that's going on in and around District 3. And then last slide, I just have to, I'm here tonight, and it's my dad's birthday. So my dad is Ricky Rubacava. He is that guy that's off to the right with the big mustache. So he is a 40-year retired veteran of the city of Anaheim, working in public utilities as a mainline pipe fitter. So he's also a member of IBEW. So I just wanted to recognize my dad, Ricky Rubacava, for all of his sacrifices that he's made for our family. We are a working class family who is 4th generation in the city of Anaheim. So happy birthday to my dad. And that concludes my council comments.
Thank you. Just wanted to share a few things, and I think some of them have been touched upon by my colleagues. But first, just wanted to thank the wonderful team at the Anaheim White House for the White House Christmas tree lighting, honoring some community leaders. It's something that I just always do with my family and realize that's how you know the holidays are starting. So thank you to the council member for joining me and for everything that they do to put that. It was a lot of work to make that community event happen. Next, and I know my colleagues touched on this on Thanksgiving, we had the opportunity to join some of our public service officers as well as public utilities, city staff at the We Give Thanks event, as well as wanted to thank the community sponsors like the Disneyland Resort and the volunteers, as well as so many people that really have come together over the last over 3 decades to make this event happen. It was really special, and I was honored to be a part of it on Thanksgiving Day. Next, we got to go with the city manager and council member Fessel to the National League of Cities in Atlanta to do a lot of the learn from your colleagues, learn from other cities, towns, and villages what works in their neighborhood on everything. This is a city planning exercise, everything from planning to issues on how they address homelessness, public safety issues in their community, and how they work on diversity and inclusion and responding to these issues within district communities, in different communities. So it was a really wonderful 3 days, and thank you to the host city of Atlanta. I learned a lot from being able to speak to my colleagues. Next, I also wanted to highlight Councilmember Fessel and I and the team did get to go out to the Presidential Library, which is right in walking distance in Atlanta, and spend some time at the Carter Presidential Library. And unfortunately, this week we lost the former First Lady, so my condolences, and I know that of our city go out to the Carter family and all of the celebrations of life that they are doing this week. Last, just wanted to highlight today, because it's not too late, until 10 o'clock tonight, the Anaheim White House on this Giving Tuesday is doing their annual Pastathon. So in between dropping off a bunch of bags of pasta and sauce, I got grabbed onto KFI to go on the Ken and John show. And also Ken of that team is retiring after 35 years on KFI. So got to speak with him and be featured on their radio. So just want to remind everybody, it's not too late. If you want to make it to the White House on your way home, they're still collecting pasta and pasta sauce on the way out. So with that, I will conclude our council communications and move on to the city manager's update. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and the public. Following up on a few council requested items as the first part of my report regarding Spanish language captioning. For the past few months at our council meetings, the communications team has been looking at different ways of providing captioning for city council meetings and other broadcasts. This effort includes the September launch of an Anaheim City Council Meetings YouTube channel where meetings are streamed live. With YouTube, viewers can turn on captions and see live English subtitles to follow along or to aid those who may be hearing impaired. With YouTube, Spanish subtitles are an option, playing back a meeting later, but not live. So to address live Spanish captioning, we are now evaluating the purchase of additional broadcast equipment within the city manager's authority. The equipment would allow for live Spanish subtitles for council meetings, as well as for all our broadcasts on Anaheim TV. We are currently looking at pricing for the equipment and also looking at the experience of other cities currently using it. Before moving forward, we want to make sure that the equipment will be an effective way to reach those who may prefer Spanish subtitles. We are looking to implement in early 2024 and look forward to sharing updates as we progress. Another item requested by council for follow-up involves street vending. The city supports responsible and permitted sidewalk vending. Nevertheless, we've encountered concerns with unpermitted sidewalk vending all across our city. Code enforcement continues to partner with Orange County Health Care Department and conduct direct street vending enforcement operations weekly. In addition to these efforts, city staff has been actively exploring lawful avenues to enhance our municipal code within the confines of state regulations. This effort includes researching a number of other California agencies and their experiences in attempting to establish effective measures for regulating sidewalk vending. Staff anticipates we will be able to return with options and policy recommendations early next year for City Council consideration. Some other items of interest, as has been mentioned, the We Give Thanks event continued its tradition of providing Thanksgiving meals to the Anaheim community. I specifically want to thank the Anaheim Convention Center and Aramark, our concessionary, who collaborated to prepare a feast that included 288 turkeys, 2,500 pounds of mashed potatoes, and 2,500 pounds of vegetables, and much, much more. And then finally, from Community Services, in collaboration with our Nutcracker Committee and the Downtown Anaheim Association, we are hosting the 29th Annual Christmas Tree Lighting Celebration and Holiday Village this Sunday, December 3rd, from noon to 7 p.m. Center Street Promenade, right out here in front of City Hall, will be transformed into a holiday village featuring family fun activities that will include children's craft booth, train rides, holiday crafters, festive entertainment, and a visit from Santa Claus himself. New this year, the Christmas tree lighting ceremony will be hosted on the steps in front of City Hall beginning at 6 p.m. with a tree lighting program featuring performances by the Anaheim Ballet, Anaheim High School Choir Program, and a holiday reading by Santa Claus. We look forward to seeing everyone in attendance at this cherished community event. Thank you, Mayor, Council, and members of the public.
Thank you, City Manager. We will now recess the City Council, Housing and Public Improvements Authority, and Anaheim Housing Authority to address the public financing agenda. Items 1 through 3 are before us. Do we have a motion? Okay, motion made. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Please vote.
A resolution of the resolution of the Board of Directors of the Anaheim Public Financing Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2023 calendar year and rescinding resolution number APFA 2023-003. This is rescheduling the meeting of December 19th and moving it to December 12th, 2023. A resolution of the Board of Directors of the Anaheim Public Financing Authority establishing the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2024 calendar year.
Thank you. So without objection, we will.
I'm sorry, May. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Sorry, Clerk. So without objection, we will adjourn the Public Financing Authority and reconvene the Housing and Public Improvements Authority to address the authority's consent calendar. Items 4 through 6 are before us. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Please vote.
A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2023 calendar year and rescinding resolution number AHPIA 2023-003. And again, this is moving the December 19th to December 12th. A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing and Public Improvements Authority establishing the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2024 calendar year. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. Without objection, we will adjourn the Housing and Public Improvements Authority and reconvene the Housing Authority. Items 7 through 12 are before us. Is there a motion and a second?
I actually get a quick staff report on item 7. Is that possible?
So we are pulling item 7.
And 8, because they kind of go together.
And we are pulling, Councilmember Kurtz, you want to pull number 8? Okay, do we?
Move balance.
Okay, move the balance. We have a motion and a second for 9 through 12. Please vote.
A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority approving the amended and restated preliminary award letter substantially in the form attached herewith between the Anaheim Housing Authority and the Link Housing Corporation, authorizing the Executive Director of the Anaheim Housing Authority or her designee to execute and administer the amended and restated preliminary award letter on behalf of the Anaheim Housing Authority, authorizing the Executive Director of the Anaheim Housing Authority or her designee to enter subsequent agreements necessary to implement the project, provided that such agreements do not materially increase or extend the assistance provided by the Anaheim Housing Authority under the amended and restated preliminary funding letter for the North Harbor Anaheim Permanent Supportive Housing Project, previously known as Studio 6 Motel Interim Housing Project, located at 1251 North Harbor Boulevard. A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority amending the dates and times for the regular meetings of the authority for the 2023 calendar year and rescinding resolution number AHA 2023-006, And this again is moving the meeting of December 19th to December 12th. A resolution of the Governing Board of the Anaheim Housing Authority establishes the dates for the times for the regular meetings of the Authority for the 2024 calendar year. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So we have item 7 pulled by Councilmember Leon. May we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from Director Stepter, please.
Good evening. With me tonight is Deputy Director Sandra Lozo and Housing Services Manager Karen Cardwell, who oversees our Housing Choice Voucher Program, among other duties. Item number 7 tonight requests that the Governing Board of the Housing Authority, by motion, approve a memorandum of understanding with the Orange County Health Authority, doing business as CalOptima Health, and the 4 housing authorities in the County of Orange, being the Orange County Housing Authority, the Garden Grove Housing Authority, Santa Ana Housing Authority, and the Anaheim Housing Authority. The MOU establishes a framework that will facilitate referring participants in the housing choice vouchers, be it applicants or those already on our program, to the CalAIM program, which more lengthily known as California Advancing and Innovating the Medi-Cal program. The Anaheim Housing Authority, under the umbrella of the Housing and Community Development Department, is tasked with addressing the housing needs of low-income persons in the city of Anaheim. Our largest housing program under the Anaheim Housing Authority is the federally funded Housing Choice Voucher Program. Currently, the Housing Choice Voucher Program is aiding over 6,700 households with rental subsidies. To address emerging and increasing needs, AHA has continued to apply for and secure new funding to expand our local Section 8 program. The results of these efforts have allowed us to expand our special purpose voucher programs, programs such as our mainstream program, which is specifically for disabled households, our emergency housing vouchers, which are intended specifically for individuals and families experiencing homelessness, our VASH vouchers, which are for veterans, among some of our other core programs. You know, traditionally, the role of a housing authority was really to ensure program eligibility, issue monthly payments to landlords, review property standards through housing quality choice vouchers, inspections. However, based on the population that we're serving and the growing needs of our client base, the program, Housing Choice Voucher Program, really has had to evolve to become more person-centric. A large portion of the population that we are currently serving is exiting homelessness, and that comes with a whole host of issues that were not traditionally seen within the program. The California Department of Health and Services, DHS, at the state level has developed a framework within the healthcare system now, the CalAIM program, which is now coming to the aid of folks in the form of being able to use Medi-Cal as a tool to help address many complex challenges that California's most vulnerable residents face, such as our populations that are experiencing homelessness or have behavioral health issues or other needs of that nature. So the MOU really is establishes a partnership between CalOptima, which is a key agency, so that the housing authority and those that are recipients of our housing programs can now take advantage of programs that are being funded during CalAIM. This MOU did take approximately 1 year to come to fruition because, as you can imagine, it is 5 entities with governing structures, legal requirements, and what have you, that all had to agree on how to share data. As indicated in the staff report, this does not require any participant to enroll in CalAIM, but the framework of the MOU is allowing for us to cross-refer CalAIM to the housing authorities and the housing authorities to CalAIM. The reason that the CalAIM program is such a resource for housing authorities is that CalAIM dollars will allow for navigation services, that is aid with housing search. That's money that hasn't here to date really been available under the Housing Choice Voucher except under very limited circumstances. CalOptima and through the CalAIM program is also able to open the door to enhanced case management. Often these housing navigation services and this enhanced case management makes the difference between whether somebody can use a voucher or whether it must be returned to the housing authority. So this is as outlined in the MOU, participation in the CalAIM program is voluntary on behalf of the housing authorities as well as on behalf of CalOptima. I will close by saying that this is an innovation that is really a celebration for Orange County. I have the ability to talk to many of our colleagues up and down the state that have not been able to work with their medical providers in the way that Orange County has. So the establishment of an MOU with all the housing authorities serving this county so that we are all on one page in terms of the medical dollars helping to really house people and combining health and housing is an innovation that we are very proud to have worked on. And so because of that, the staff is supportive and asks for your consideration in allowing us to move forward with this MOU.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of quick, more clarifications than anything. Number one, appreciate all the work that your team does. You know, it's a small but mighty crew, so we appreciate everything you do. Just to really just clarify, in terms of the different authorities that are listed in here, the relationship in terms of how we work, is it as simple as if somebody comes to us asking for help and we determine that it's a Santa Ana resident or Garden Grove resident, for example, we can then refer them more easily to that city? Or what is the type of relationship that this helps us accomplish?
The relationship is really for housing authorities to be able to refer those that either are applicants to our program or are already on our program to use the resources of the Medi-Cal, the CalAIM program. So it is not, we are not cross-referring to other housing authorities for housing. The housing authorities are being able to access dollars that CalOptima has for enhanced case management and for housing navigation. The reason that we jointly are entering into an MOU is that often we are all sharing nonprofits and housing navigation services throughout the region. So having an MOU that allows for a structure that is unified, avoids confusion, it ensures that everybody who is in a housing program in Orange County has an equitable and equal access to services which are, again, that enhanced case management, but more importantly, that housing navigation, which is the hand-holding to be able to use the voucher to find rental apartments.
Awesome, thank you. And just final question, if someone wanted some more information about some of the programs that you listed in the staff report, where would they go for that?
For housing programs, they would come to the Housing Authority through our website, or they can call our number for Anaheim Housing Authority resources. Obviously, if they're not in our jurisdiction, we would refer them to one of the other 3 housing authorities in the area. For CalAIM, our staff is actually doing the cross-referral into the CalOptima program, but a number of nonprofits are also helping people to navigate into the CalAIM program, and CalOptima themselves has a pretty robust website as well that has all the CalAIM initiatives listed under their website.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a question?
It's more of a comment. I was just going to say thank you for working with a lot of the different housing authorities across the county, because I know that you've participated in Garden Grove's housing authority initiatives and Santa Ana, so I think the collaboration is instrumental. One of the questions I do have is related to the CalOptima initiative. So this is a fairly new CalAIM initiative, right, related to the funds that they had in reserve. So is this part of the initiative to disperse or to spend the money that the county had for these programs?
This is really an initiative that comes from the Department of Health Services that opens up and pilots how you use medical dollars in a broader way, really with the intent of trying to determine and really pilot and measure whether or not using Medi-Cal dollars in the housing arena ultimately produces better health outcomes and potentially even maybe is this cost savings for the health plan. So it's this particular, all the CalAIM stuff is an initiative that's been authorized under the Department of Health and Human Services.
Did the Housing Commission or our Anaheim Housing Commission, did they review this MOU or this initiative?
Our normal trajectory is that it goes first there and then it comes here. Our last meeting, unfortunately, did not have a quorum, and so this was already on the projection to come here, so they did not have an opportunity to review the MOU.
So, and one of the things I think I brought up at the last meeting was making sure that we had more transparency in the process for some of those meetings, making it easier for our commissioners to access. So it does concern me that it comes to council prior to actually going to the commission, because I do feel that that is an extra layer of oversight. I appreciate the work that CalAIM is doing in helping to infuse these dollars, but I'm also concerned that it takes away from the primary objective of housing, because now we're getting into other social services that we may not be staffed to do. And I think I brought up this concern at the last meeting when we talked about applying for additional grant dollars for bringing medical services to unhoused individuals that are in the community. So I just want to make sure that as a city, we're staying focused on our primary objective, which is to find housing for individuals who are unhoused and keep them housed. So, I mean, in the future, as a council person who has sat on that commission, I would ask that it goes to the commission before it comes here so they can fully vet it.
Oh, absolutely. That's usually our projection. It's on a rare occasion when there's not a quorum or we have to counsel and things have a deadline that we will come here before vetting it through them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions? If not, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
So item 8 was pulled by Council Member Kurtz. Would you like a staff report?
No, I just have actually some comments, maybe a question. First of all, thank you and congratulations. First of all, thank you for going after this grant. Congratulations on getting it. It's a significant amount of money. It finally, as you commented before, the county, CalOptima, the health department is putting together the fact that without housing, you don't have good mental health, physical health. They all come together, and I'm glad that the county is looking at that and that it's something you've looked at for a long time. In regards to this particular grant, you are rehabilitating a location that is currently being used, but upgrading it so that it has more services and is a better place to live. When will all this construction work start?
Thank you, Council Member. I also want to give a shout out to my grants team and our affordable housing team. They are doing a remarkable job. We're 4 for 4 with our applications with CalOptima. For the North Harbor Apartments, this is going to be 89 units, 87 for tenants and 2 manager units. It was acquired in May of 2022, part of the State Home Key grant. So this grant is actually going to help us reallocate our home dollars for other housing projects and have this money go in for that. Right now, it's currently being operated as interim housing, and we'll be entering phase 2 for permanent supportive housing. Our target population are going to be unsheltered individuals and couples. Our project completion date is looking at September 2025, and this grant term goes from December 23 to December 25.
And do you currently have a plan, because the location is currently occupied with 50 some odd individuals?
Correct.
And so you have a plan in place to take care of those individuals while that construction is taking place. So we're not creating another unhoused situation.
Absolutely. We'll keep them in interim housing until the project is complete.
And they have the first right to return to that location?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If we don't have any other comments or questions, do we have a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. So without objection, we are going to adjourn the Housing Authority and reconvene the City Council to address the City Council consent calendar. Items 13 through 30 are before us. Are there any members of the council who wish to remove an item for further discussion? Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Item 21, please.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba?
Item 22.
And Councilmember Diaz?
Item 30.
You said item 30, correct? Thank you.
Move the balance if there's no more.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to move the second. We have a motion and a second to move the balance. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you. The first item is item number 21, pulled by Councilmember Leon. Would you like a staff report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, please.
So I'll get started. This is a undergrounding project that affects the streets of Nutwood and Cerritos, and it's in the west part of town. And what this does is it continues our 5-year plan to underground major roadways within the city, throughout the city. And so this project will cost about $17.5 million. And so it's a pretty significant investment in improving the reliability of our infrastructure, so, as well as undergrounding telecommunication companies in addition to the electrical lines. Did you have any questions or anything that we can answer?
Sorry, I was waiting for the.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you be able to pull up the map that's in the staff report or in one of the agreements? If not, no worries. I just wanted to sort of point out what area it is.
I can describe it.
Yes,
I don't
please.
have a visual, but it's basically in Nutwood from Ball Road down to Catella, and then on Cerritos from Nutwood to Euclid.
Awesome, thank you. I had a couple quick questions. I noticed that there was a significant difference between the two bids that we received. Was there a reason for that? Is there, because it was, I think, double, almost double the difference.
What happens with some of these bids are contractors have a lot of other activity with other utilities. So the second bidder likely has constraints in terms of personnel and such because of the activities with other utilities. So that's probably why the bid was significantly higher than the lower bid. But the lower bid was within our engineering estimate. So it is consistent with what we estimated based on prior bids that we've received.
Awesome, thank you. And have we used this firm or this company before for other undergrounding projects?
Yes, we have.
Awesome, thank you. My second question, well, I asked more than 2 questions at this point, but my next question, in terms of the notifications to the residents who live in this area, how does that, in terms of the timeline of when the project starts, I'm assuming you're putting out signage and doing all these things to notify residents. How early do you start that?
So it starts really in the design phase and the district formation, which took place several years ago. And so we've started noticing people affected by the project, and we work through the design process to identify where equipment will go. In some cases, a transformer may be on somebody's property. We have to get an easement, et cetera. So that's why the design process takes as long as it does. Once that process is done, so people have an idea of what's going to happen, then we go through the construction bid through the Public Works Department, who issues the bid for the contractors to start. And then from that point on, we do notice in terms of put signage in the public roadways. We also, when we get to the point of a planned outage, then we will notify 48 hours in advance so that we can make any arrangements if somebody has a special need that they have. And so our inspectors and our engineering staff who project manage, in addition to the public works staff, we're all available there to answer questions if they should come up.
So I just want to reiterate something that you said as we get closer to this. If there's somebody that's living in this area, if there's a planned outage, you work with them in order to, if it's a medical or whatever reasoning it is that they need electricity or something like that, you work with them to make sure that they're taken care of.
So what we do is we give them the notice, and for most people, if they're on a medical device or something like that, they should be able to withstand an outage because there could be an unplanned outage at any given time. So we give them that fair warning, and if they have some special need beyond that, then we'll try and make arrangements with them. So we work between our contractor, our inspectors, and the customers to address needs. A lot of times it's things like traffic. For example, there's a couple of schools affected by this project. So we want to make sure we're avoiding drop-off and pickup times during the school and not doing heavy construction in the middle of the roadway, things like that.
That was going to be my follow-up question, because I know that there's an elementary school, high school in this vicinity. I'm assuming that you also notify the schools, the districts, so that they're aware to let their parents know that, hey, there might be some traffic issues as construction gets underway.
If we don't, you'll hear about it, and then we'll hear about it. So yes, we're very good about making sure that we coordinate with the school schedules so that we're not being disruptive already to impacted busy roadway schedules.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate the team's work on this. I don't know if there's any other comments. If there aren't, I'll move the item, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Our next item is item number 22, pulled by Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba. Would you like a staff report?
Yes, please, Chief, can I get a staff report?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. What you have before you is a recommendation that the City Council approve an agreement with Garrett Bonham or his company, GNB Consulting, in the amount not to exceed $150,000 annually, with the opportunity to continue for an additional 4-year terms. This is in regards to the ability to redact and produce videos and audio in regards to California Senate Bill 1421, as well as California Senate Bill 1421 and California Assembly Bill 748, which requires law enforcement agencies to provide via public request critical incidents that officers are involved in, such as officer-involved shootings or significant uses of forces. In regards to the release of the body-worn camera video and audio recordings, law enforcement agencies are also required to maintain the integrity of the investigation, specifically protection of possible witnesses or victims, and therefore, before releasing these videos, and oftentimes they're hours and hours of video, there needs to be a redaction process, blurring of potential victims' faces, identities of victims, locations of residences where they live, license plates of vehicles associated to possible victims or witnesses. So this is all part of the mandated requirement that law enforcement is required to do prior to releasing the information via public records request. And this contract will be a continuation. We've had this contract with this individual for 5 years now. We're requesting that the contract be continued for, extended for another year with some additional 4-year extensions as an option.
Is there a reason why we don't do it in-house?
Cost specifically, obviously with limited resources, we want to maximize that. So in lieu of having this individual, we would be required to have an officer off the streets, and therefore looking at hours and hours of video and audio and redacting that information by utilizing a consultant, or in this particular case, a contractor who has proven that he has the experience, obviously prior law enforcement, prior experience working internal affairs, knows the what is actually going to be looked at and sought for. So to be able to contract for those services as compared to having full-time officers do it is definitely a cost-effective measure for us to be able to meet the requirements via public records requests that we get.
Is there also a benefit to having an independent third party do it that's not within the Anaheim Police Department?
Well, that information, I don't think there's really a benefit per se. This individual is just basically allowing us to be able to do the work that needs to be done that's released to the public. Obviously, we still go through the channels of whenever there's a public records request, the city attorney's office for final approval of everything, but it allows us, again, the efficiency to be able to do it at a cost-efficient, not requiring our officers to do this work, and allowing subject matter experts to do it at a lower cost.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other council comments? If not, may I have a motion in a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Thank you. Please vote.
The vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Next, we have item 30, which was pulled by Councilmember Diaz. Would you like a staff report?
No, not staff report, Mayor. All right. This is going to be my third time voting no on this. And this is not a vote against the Carpenters. Carpenters are a great organization, great organization. This is a vote no in the way it was presented. I've never seen before in a consent calendar, I've seen it in public hearing, but not in consent calendar, the proponent of this ordinance arguing for the ordinance. Never hear it. Never hear anybody here saying before that they wrote the staff report. Imagine he's a hotelier or Disneyland or a business would is going that in there and say, hey, I wrote this staff report. The outcry from the public would be tremendously. Yet, first time I hear this, nothing, zero. That's a red flag for me. This is not about transparency. This is a big red flag for me. This is gonna drag the city into lawsuits. I still don't understand why this is done. Why are we doing this? What is the motive behind this? So I had to vote no. Is my colleague unconscious? I had to vote my conscience. I had to vote no. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? If not, can we have a motion? Move, and do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Ordinance number 6562, an ordinance of the City of Anaheim amending Chapter 3.04 of Title 3 of the Anaheim Municipal Code and finding and determining that this ordinance is not subject to CEQA because it will not result in a direct, reasonable, foreseeable, indirect physical change in the environment because there is no possibility it will have a significant effect on the environment and is not a project pursuant to CEQA guidelines sections 15060C3, 15060C3, C2, and 15378. This is an amendment to require subcontractor to disclose recent labor code violations when obtaining a business license as introduced at the November 7th, 2023. And the vote is 6 ayes, 1 nay, nay by Councilmember Diaz. Ordinance is adopted.
Thank you. So we're going to move on to item number 31. It's an ordinance, it's to strengthen and expand the regulations of the lobbyist program. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from City Attorney Fabella, please.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also with us today is Craig Steele, who has been assisting with us as a subject matter expert, both on the lobbyist ordinance and, as you will see, on campaign reform when we discuss the next item. What is before you is the culmination of direction given to us on September 12th and October 24th about reforms to the sunshine provisions in the Anaheim Municipal Code. As part of this process, city staff is presenting today possible revisions to the sunshine ordinance, specifically the lobbyist and revolving door provisions. And if the council approves those revisions, this meeting will act as the first reading of the ordinance revisions. It is the intent of these proposed revisions to address the following main concerns raised during the September 12th and October 24th discussions. One, ensuring that the definition of lobbyists includes in-house lobbyists. Two, providing more specifics on what lobbying includes and should not include, and at the council's direction, now excluding as lobbyists labor negotiators who are negotiating a memorandum of understanding with the city. Three, establishing a more proactive auditing effort to ensure lobbyists are complying with the obligations. Four, addressing fees and other administrative matters associated with the current ordinance. And five, amending the revolving door provisions to limit the ban on hiring lobbyists to 1 year after their last lobbying activity, and restricting that ban to council aide positions, and requiring lobbyists who are acting as advisors to report their advisory contacts to the same extent and in the same manner as they report their normal lobbying activity. Before we begin council discussion, I did want to mention that a technical ambiguity was brought to our attention yesterday that we think is easy to fix, and I'd like to read that into the record. In order to clarify that the term legislative body means legislative body of the city of Anaheim, we are deleting, this is very technical, so forgive me. We are deleting the comma between the term legislative body and the term any board or commission of the city in the definition of influence, and we are adding the term city before the term legislative body under the definition of legislative or administrative action. That concludes the report, and we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Thank you. I think I've been fairly clear that I'm very happy and proud of this council for taking the action to make our calendars public, and that as far as having a sunshine provision in the city of Anaheim, that goes far and above what this does, and is clear and not ambiguous and doesn't have loopholes, and it's easy to understand. I mean, my proposal would be that basically that provision of requiring us to make our calendars public and to keep that information up to date and available to the public is our sunshine provision, and that should be what goes into our city ordinance and not what is proposed today. If we, there's council members that choose to move forward with this, I want to understand what we're getting for the time and money that our staff is going to be spending on this. What more transparency are we getting from this lobbying provision that we're not getting with making our calendars public? Now, I can see maybe a provision for the revolving door and not, having some limitations on employing lobbyists and things like that. But I have struggled with this and tried to understand what benefit we're getting for the cost that we're going to be incurring on this. And I don't see a benefit to the public beyond making our calendars public. So that's my position on it.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think, as I've said before in previous council meetings, I think for me the core issue behind this is who has access to council members and our staff that influence the outcomes and decisions of the governing bodies in the city, who has a financial interest, who has a vested interest. I think it's a good first step in helping us create these better measures that allow for the public to have a better understanding of not only who has access to council members on what issues, but also who's getting paid to have that access and that potential influence on council members. I think by taking this step, we're actually solidifying our commitment to greater transparency, greater accountability in our city, and a better structure, as our subject matter expert reminded us at the last time that we discussed this, that right now we have no structure. And I know that there may be concerns about, well, there may be some loopholes that are left. I think it's much easier to come back, and if we identify a loophole, that we can close a loophole rather than to just continue to have the wide open double doors that I think we have now. So for me, I'm supportive of this item, and I would make a motion to approve it.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Madam Mayor, was it seconded? Yeah, so we don't have a motion on the table yet.
Oh, I'll second it, excuse me. So we have a motion and a second. So Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just as a, I need a clarification. And I know that we've discussed this a couple of times before. Are we including in the definition of a lobbyist, those lobbyists that work on behalf of the MOUs, our union friends? Is that, I know that that was before us and we were considering that. Did we remove that feature?
Per council direction, this proposal excludes those labor negotiators who are negotiating MOUs with the city.
You know, I didn't agree with that then, and I don't agree with it now, but I don't think I'm going to be able to convince my colleagues to change that. So if anybody else wants to chime in on that one particular subject, I'd be happy to hear it, but at this point, thanks for the answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz?
To say that this ordinance is confusing and complicated is, to put it mildly. I don't disagree with these things, but did we make it overly complicated? I guess in my mind, we want our residents, our communities need to understand what we're doing, who we're meeting with, why we're meeting with them, when we're meeting with them. And to Councilmember Leon's point, are the people we're meeting with getting paid to try and influence us? I guess that's, in essence, what we're trying to outline here. And maybe because it's an ordinance, it has to be written in such a way that creates this very complex language. It's almost at a point where I'd like a chart that says, outline, this is a lobbyist, this is not a lobbyist. And this is lobbyist, this is what you have to do. And along with that, it's who's gonna train or give information to those people who are now going to become lobbyists in the city of Anaheim. Certainly we need, our staffs need some help and training because they're going to be helping us put together our calendars that'll be made public. And I know that's coming on how we're going to utilize calendars but how is the public, how are the potential lobbyists going to understand what all this says, who needs to register, how, what report, all of that? I don't know, so far.
Let me try, and then I'll probably kick it over to Craig. But if the council takes no action today, we still have a lobbyist ordinance. We've had one for years, right? So I think the real question is, does this council-directed action that we're taking today make it more complicated than what we already have existing? We had direction quite clearly given to us to add to the definition of a lobbyist an in-house lobbyist. That's what this does. We also had direction to make it more clear and specific what lobbying activity is, and we've done that. And with the council direction, we also excluded from the definition of lobbyists the labor negotiators. We also were asked to provide some provisions about ensuring that there's more active enforcement of that. So we added the auditing provision where the city auditor will have more ability to sort of spot check lobbyists and determine whether communications amount to lobbying activity. So we provided that. And then in addition to that, we also addressed by indicating that at a future time we'll talk about fees and other administrative changes. So we've done that. So I guess the point is, we were asked to do these by council. We've done that. It was the intent to tighten up some of the quote-unquote loopholes, including most especially, I think, in-house lobbyists. If the council believed that's an overcomplication, that's fine. The council doesn't have to vote on this, but we are not going to be without a lobbyist ordinance. We have one. And I guess the question I was going to throw to Craig is whether our lobbyist ordinance differs wildly from other lobbyist ordinance to the point that lobbyists would be unclear about what is required for them here, because I think that would be, a separate discussion that the council could consider. So, Craig.
Sure, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. In terms of the complication and the additional language, I think the group for which this ordinance has become more complicated is only in-house lobbyists. This doesn't really change the rules of the game for people who are already lobbyists and reporting in the city of Anaheim. The new group that has to comply now is in-house lobbyists. And, from my perspective, and having dealt with this issue for a number of years, in-house lobbyists know what the rules are. And they are among the most regulated government affairs folks anywhere in the state. They have to comply with state law, they have to comply with county laws, they have to comply with lobbying ordinances in cities like San Diego and Los Angeles and Sacramento and Oakland. Those people know how to comply, and they won't be surprised by any of the language that we've added with regard to in-house lobbying, because we mostly took it from existing successful lobbying ordinances. So if, to the extent there's training required, the training is really going to would be directed at people who now have to report who weren't reporting before. And those people are already reporting in other jurisdictions if you're talking about in-house lobbyists for large corporations. So that's one issue. The second issue where I would defend the language that's been added to your ordinance, for years you've had an ordinance that essentially says, if you lobby, you have to file a report. And the definition of lobbying is lobbying. There was no meat on the bone of what lobbying is and what lobbying is not. I suspect you have been underreported for a long time in this city because the definition of lobbying was so vague. Now that it's got a little more teeth to it, a little more definition, if you will, I think more people will look at it and be able to say, yes, I do need to report. And more people will look at it and be able to say, well, no, I don't need to report because look, it says right here, this is not lobbying. So I think that is an upgrade that has come out of this process. So I recognize your concern, Councilmember, about the complication. It's a business regulation. Like a lot of business regulations, it gets complicated, but I can just tell you the people who now have to comply with this that weren't complying before will understand it.
Okay, the only group, after your explanation, thank you, that may need to be notified would be labor. Because sometimes they come to us to talk about a project, not their labor negotiations. They would, for that item, they would have to register as a lobbyist, right?
If they're compensated. A lobbyist has to be compensated in order to do the lobbying. before they have to register. So if it's one of your employee groups, for example, and it's the shop steward or something who's coming in to voice the opinion of the group, but is not being paid to lobby, then that's not a reportable activity. It's only when that union hires a lobbyist to come in and give the union's perspective on an issue that's not their MOU that they would potentially have to report.
So an example, if a business agent for a union local who normally discusses MOU with us, labor contracts, but now is supporting a project, would he or she fall into that category?
If that person was being compensated above the threshold to come in and talk about that project, yes, they would fall within the definition of lobbying. And that's under your existing ordinance. That's not anything new. So, but if that person is just being sent in as representative of the union, it's part of their kind of volunteer union activity to give that group's perspective, that's not lobbying under your current ordinance or under the new ordinance.
Okay.
Well, just to follow, I mean, I think I understand what your question is. So if it's not a city employee union that is negotiating an MOU, but it is a business agent that wants to come and talk to us about a project at another part of the city that they would like us to support because it would be beneficial to their union, would that be considered lobbying?
If they're being paid to give that perspective, that's the two pieces of the definition are try to influence legislative or administrative action and get paid for doing it. Those are the two pieces of your ordinance. So I can give you an example that I've had in cities where I work, where I'm city attorney on a land use issue, for example, and this is not to call into question any motives or anything like that. I'm just giving you the example. There's a particular labor organization that gets involved in the CEQA review process of development projects. And their motivation, developers will tell you, is to try to force project labor agreements in large-scale development projects. But they come in and they send a lawyer in to, or a representative in to argue against the CEQA documents on a project and create a potential CEQA challenge. That representative is somebody who gets paid to go around the state and make those presentations to city councils that are considering land use applications. It's got nothing to do with an MOU for a particular employee organization. That individual who's getting paid to make those presentations is a lobbyist under your existing ordinance and would be under your new ordinance. That's the kind of compensated representation that we're talking about that is lobbying.
Thank you. Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. So we think that the lobbyists are this dark cloud. Well, the city has lobbyists too. I represent the city on OCTA. The OCTA has lobbyists too. I work for the local government, and they have lobbyists too in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. We just approved a new ordinance that was lobbied by the Carpenters Union. That's lobbyists. Somebody there lobbied the city to put that in paperwork, and I got approved today. So this is big. This is complicated. When the FBI investigation came about, but then Councilmember Avelino Valencia worked very hard to improve the ordinance that we had at the time, and put some consequences for the people that choose to violate the ordinance. I work hard on that too, and that's what we have today. So it's not the same ordinance that was violated when the FBI investigation came out. This is already an improved ordinance. And it's not that complicated, very simple to understand. In the name of transparency, it doesn't get more transparency, more clear who I meet with. In my calendar shows who I'm meeting with, what was the meeting about. That's the most transparent thing you can get. Simple to follow, hard to break the rules, and it's even easier to track if I don't put something in my agenda and a lobbyist report that they had a meeting with me. It's easy to check and balances there. Today this is way too complicated. I need to hire a lawyer to understand what this is about. It's too complicated, way too complicated. For transparency, put my meetings for the public view, explaining what the meeting was about, who I meet about. That doesn't get better than that. So if I vote no on this, we still have an ordinance that was improved from when the FBI investigation came about. So I would be comfortable with that, because again, I'm voting my conscience, and you got to be good with your conscience. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel and then Councilmember Meeks.
Thank you very much for the second round here, Madam Mayor. Mr. Steele, I appreciate you being here again. You've been very, very helpful to me. You've heard my concerns about the labor negotiations being specifically, or labor negotiators being specifically excluded. Am I out of line? Opine on that, please.
Well, I mean, that's a political question, Councilmember. That's not a question for a lawyer to ask. You're not violating any law. That's the best I can do. That's for your colleagues to decide whether that's a valid point.
I just, yes, indeed, I'm uncomfortable with with everything that we're doing on lobbying, and to yet leave labor negotiators out of this, those that are paid by the union to come in, not necessarily our city employees, but represent the MOUs, to come in and speak with us, and indeed they do. And they're not, we're giving them a pass. I'm sure I'm going to get telephone calls tomorrow from some of these folks saying, "That's what are you talking about?" But I see them as no more or no less than any other lobbyist. And I'm just, as I have said now, I guess this is maybe the second, possibly the third meeting, I'm still uncomfortable with those being excluded. So I don't know where I am on this exactly. Why exclude them? They do the same thing as, as other lobbyists do on trying to convince us to choose a direction, a policy. And I'm giving my colleagues here the benefit of the doubt, but I'm still uncomfortable with it. And thank you for your candor. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Well, on that issue, I agree it should be broad, which is why I like the calendar. And I don't care if somebody is getting paid or has a personal interest or is out representing their community, union, or whatever that is. I want to be transparent about who is talking to me about what issues. And I think that's what our calendars do. I think that it opens the door for confusion between my calendar says I met with this individual about this issue, but a lobbying report is not filed for that because they didn't get paid enough or they had some other interest so now we're putting out to the public information that will be coming back to us as, oh no, those things conflict, you didn't do it right, that person was trying to cheat. You know, I really like to simplify things and have it in one place, which would be our calendar. You know, and just as an example, I'm trying to think, okay, somebody owns a short-term rental and they want to come to me and talk to me about our ordinance on short-term rentals. Well, that person has a vested financial interest in that, but it's a personal vested financial interest. They're not paying somebody to come and talk to me. I don't see the difference in that. I mean, I think that all needs to be transparent and open, and we've met with them and put that on our calendar. I'm wondering if you can tell me what our residents are getting with this extra resource, the amount of money. I mean, why don't we hire another librarian instead? Is there something that I'm missing? Is there something that the residents of Anaheim are getting for this ordinance beyond making our calendars public and reporting everybody that we meet with and on what topic?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, that the three major benefits of what is being proposed after discussions with the council is the council's direction to us to include in-house lobbyists.
Okay, I guess I'm not asking how we're making it better. I guess just globally, the whole lobbying ordinance, what is that getting the city beyond making our calendars public? Can we basically substitute the lobbying ordinance with our public calendars and not have any of this confusion? So is there something in this ordinance that the calendars does not provide to our residents?
I can try. Again, we are responding to council direction and not advocating necessarily for this, but I can say that the calendar disclosure is imperfect. It doesn't capture possibly a telephone call or a meeting at a cocktail party or other incidents that may not make it onto a calendar. And so that's one thing that residents may get. If a lobbyist lobbies and they know that they're subject to the lobbyist ordinance and have to report it, that's a possibility. The other thing is all of you on this council are awesome. And I have no question that you all will be respectful for the rules and will provide it. I think a history of Anaheim has shown that there could be elected officials who decide not to play by the rules, to hide information. And if that's the case, the lobbyist ordinance would provide another opportunity for the public to see if an official has been approached by somebody who should be a lobbyist. So those are two things that come to the top of my head. They may not be compelling. They may not be enough for this council to decide that they want to bolster the lobbyist ordinance. That's perfectly fine. But those are two things I can think of that might be of some benefit.
And in addition to that, it would be the information that is required in the lobbyist report already, which is the identity of the person who's compensating the lobbyist to come talk to you, as well as the issue that they're coming to talk to you about. That information may or may not, well, I would think the compensation part of it is not going to be on a calendar. Whether the issue is actually on your calendar will vary based on the calendaring habits of council members. But what wouldn't be there just in the calendar situation that's already in your ordinance now is the lobbyist report information that's required by the municipal code. That's the additional benefit that the additional transparency that the public gets.
Right, but I think we're committed to having standards for our calendar entries. That would include the topic that we're meeting on. I think that was one of the things that we talked about. So, you know, trying to draft an ordinance around bad behavior We have found that, you know, if somebody doesn't want to report, if two people don't want to report, then it's not going to show up on either calendar, right? The calendar or the report. I think, you know, we're going to have an ethics officer. I think that person can certainly oversee our calendar production. I am just very concerned that we are duplicating efforts and costs for our residents and then creating conflicts between those efforts because they're not structured the same. So I am not going to support this. I would rather see it just substituted with our calendar production.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, and then I'll make some comments.
Thank you. I do appreciate the transparency with the calendars, but I also just wanted to highlight the revolving door revisions that we included in this ordinance. And thank you to the city attorney for working with me to ensure that we prevent lobbyists. And this specifically, and I'm just going to mention it in a public meeting, this specifically is to address lobbyists like, not Todd Ament, Jeff Flint, who had access not only to City Hall through the mayor, who's no longer here, but also with the Angels. So I think that is what this provision is really intended to prevent, is that sort of behavior from occurring in the future. So I'm a advocate for keeping the revolving door provision in there, and I appreciate the opportunity to strengthen it like we did. And I will stay focused on making sure that we don't have people who have access to elected officials in City Hall, as well as the businesses who have a vested interest in building their business here in Anaheim. So that's my comments related to the lobbying ordinance.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think as we go forward, you know, we looked at a lot of different lobbying ordinances. And some of them, I think you mentioned earlier, between Los Angeles, Sacramento, San Diego, are extremely detailed and extremely strict and put even more restrictions on council conduct than we entertained here. So I do really appreciate the work of staff putting in something that to me is very middle of the road and very very thoughtful, given not just what the city has been through, but the past behavior of people that have sat on this dais. And I do really appreciate the hard work that went into the lobbyist ordinance and the sunshine ordinance that was passed earlier on. But I think as we grow, as we learn, as we get more information through this process, we can always make things stronger and we can always make things better. I think the number one thing for me is really including in this ordinance that people that act as, whether you call it a government relations specialist, an intergovernmental affair, an outreach coordinator, whatever your title is, if you spend most of your time advocating and trying to influence public officials, I believe that you should have to register, whether you are with a private lobbying firm, you're in your own shop, or you work for one of the major stakeholders in this company. I think the Anaheim residents, in a spirit of accountability, deserve to have them registered. And I also really feel strongly about tightening up some of the things in this ordinance around enforcement. We have public comment right now about how we have some issues and some holes in our enforcement policies, and we can only make that better. And I am sensitive, of course, to taxpayer money and to anything that increases the work on our already very, very devoted staff. But I think that is why we have the provision in here to have an annual registration, to look at costs to help us offset this. And really, the next step is going to be, how does this coordinate with our ethics officer? And how are we going to bring that under the same umbrella? That's why this is so important. It doesn't put a lot of extra work, I don't believe, on my council colleagues, because the burden through this has been placed on the lobbyists themselves, and they are trained experts in what they do. They do this at the state, they do this at the county, and they do it locally. Anaheim is not the first city that has invented this wheel. And so it's going to be the burden on those lobbyists to make sure that they are following Anaheim rules. It is not going to be the burden of us as city council members to go through their lobbying reports and make sure that they are reporting accurately. I do not believe lobbyists are a bad profession. I think it's important when someone has a lobbyist, you hear from that person, and you also hear from the lobbyist on the other side. That's how we get a full round collection of information. And so while, yes, we are going to be producing our calendars, this extra step in making sure that our lobbyists are accountable for this is going to be an important step, and it is going to be showing the residents of Anaheim that we take the lessons learned from the past several years seriously. So I'm going to be supporting this, and thank you for that time. Councilmember Fessel?
Madam Mayor, I'm going to, one more time here. I would make the motion to adopt this if we go back and include the labor negotiators. To not include them, I think, is not fair. They do exactly what other lobbyists do. It's not that I have any hard feelings for any labor negotiators. I know several. But to specifically exclude them from this, I'm not sure, I think that's too big a hole for me to support. And I think some of us support everything that's here. I would support it if we would put labor negotiators back in. And by the way that this is kind of counting noses, you might need that vote. And if anybody would like to support me on that, I'd be happy to make the motion that we adopt item 31 with the inclusion of labor negotiators in whatever the definition of lobbyists are, because not to do so, I don't think is fair to the rest of the lobbyists. I don't think it's fair that we take one group and say, no, King's X, you get a pass and everybody else doesn't. I don't think that's fair. We either look at lobbyists together, completely the same, or we don't. And this is too big an issue that we've spent a lot of time on to take one group and say, okay, they get a pass. So I've made a motion to adopt item 31 with the inclusion back of the labor negotiators. If anybody would.
I believe there's already a motion on the second.
Yeah, so the proper way to do that would be a motion to amend the current motion on the floor.
Before you make a motion, can I just comment, just to get your thoughts on something?
Certainly.
Because I think, I hear you loud and clear. I do, and I know we had this discussion, and I think it's not an unfounded request or position. My reason to maybe not go there is because we had that discussion at a prior council meeting, and the support to take that group out was there, and hence staff is following the direction that we gave them. And so I don't want to see something that has had a lot of work go into it now fail like death by paper cuts. And so I feel like we had that discussion the last time. Of course, you were more than welcome to make that motion again to amend, but I do feel we had that discussion, and the feeling of the council was to go in a different direction. So I would hope that we could, while not exactly happy with everything that is in the ordinance, that you could support it as something that was prior direction given to staff.
Well, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much, and thank you for your candor, and thank you for your patience with me. I'll go ahead and, per the clarification offered by the city attorney, let's see where this goes, okay? And I'd like to make the amendment to the motion that's on the floor, that we adopt item 31 with the inclusion of labor negotiators. And let's see what happens.
Okay, and I believe Mayor Pro Tem, I know we don't have a second right now. I know Mayor Pro Tem has a comment.
And I will not be seconding that motion. So I just will comment on the fact that I think that our employee unions should be treated differently when it comes to their MOUs. And I believe we got expert opinion that other cities exclude MOUs related to labor negotiations. And I stand by that. So I would hate for you to put me in a position that has me vote no on this lobbying ordinance, because you're gonna go back on what the majority council recommended. So if you want to put your council members in that position, please move forward with your motion.
Madam Mayor, I'll withdraw, but I'm still not sure how I'm going to support this or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other council comments or questions on this? If not, I will call the vote.
The vote is 5 ayes, 2 nays, nays by Councilmember Diaz and Councilmember Meeks. The ordinance is introduced.
Thank you very much. Item 32 is to discuss and provide direction to our staff on potential modifications to the City of Anaheim campaign finance reform law. Mr. City Manager, may we have a staff report?
I'd ask for a staff report from City Clerk Bass, please.
Thank you, City Manager. And this will be a presentation both by myself and City Attorney Robert Fabella. So Mayor and City Council, the item before you this evening is a discussion and potential modification to the City of Anaheim campaign reform. At the August 29th, 2023 council meeting, City Council approved a priority list of reforms stemming from the recommendations in the JL Group investigation and calendared this item for council discussion. The Anaheim Campaign Reform Law was codified in Chapter 1.09 of the Anaheim Municipal Code and was adopted to minimize the opportunity for and the appearance or perception of corruption in city elections, to prevent candidates or contributors from circumventing and the contribution limits, and to maintain public trust in governmental institutions and the electoral process. The ordinance was intended to work in concert with the Sunshine Ordinance and elements of state law to promote transparency. As part of this presentation, I will briefly highlight some of the elements of our current campaign reform law, and then I will turn the presentation over to our City Attorney, Robert Fabella, who will present the provisions of the Levine Act that apply to directly elected officials, which now include our mayor and our city council members. The current Anaheim campaign reform law was designed to reduce the corrupting influence of larger contributions and those who make or raise such contributions for candidates. Currently, our code prohibits any controlled committee to solicit or accept contributions will exceed the contribution limit of $2,500, which is adjusted biannually in January of each odd number of year. The current campaign contribution limit became effective January 1st and applies to the 2024 election cycle. For purpose of the contribution limitations, contributions made by a sponsored committee to a city candidate or an elective city officer or to a committee controlled by a candidate or officer is combined with those contributions during the same election cycle. Entities are treated as one person when entities share the majority of members of their boards or of the directors, owned or controlled by the same majority shareholders, or are in a parent-subsidiary relationship. Any individual or any partnership in which the individual is a general partner, or an individual or corporation in which the individual owns a controlling interest of 50% or more, or an individual who controls the decision of making campaign contributions to candidates for political office, regardless of the percentage of ownership, is treated as one person. In addition, if a contribution is made by a committee in support of or in opposition to a city candidate, the contribution is aggregated with the contributions made by any other committee in support or in opposition of that same city candidate. And if majority of the officers of such committee, all these are considered the same individuals. Contribution limits may also apply to slate mailers. Slate mailer is a mass mailing more than 200 substantially similar pieces of mail sent in a calendar month that supports or opposes candidates or ballot measures. In our current campaign reform law, the slate mailer restrictions apply to mailers in which there more than 10% of the surface area of the slate mailer expressly supports or opposes the election of an individual city candidate. If a slate mailer is produced and or distributed other than on behest of the city candidate, then it is considered an independent expenditure and is not subject to the contribution limitations. But if the slate mailer is paid by the city candidate or controlled by the committee of a city candidate, the contribution limitations apply. Within the campaign reform law, sections 1.09090, the law also addresses the transfer of funds. A city candidate or elective city officer or committee controlled by a city candidate or elected city officer is prohibited from making or accepting a contribution to any other city candidate or elected city officer or to any committee controlled by, supporting, or opposing any other city candidate or elected city officer. But this provision does not preclude a city candidate or elected city officer from making a contribution from his or own personal funds to his or own candidacy or candidacy for another candidate for an elected city office, but are subject to contribution limitations. A city candidate or elected city officer may make a one-time transfer of funds from his controlled committee for an elected, federal, state, or local or city office to his controlled committee for a different city office, but again, subject to contribution limits. The code also speaks of debt retirement following an election. Currently, there is no time limit within respects to a debt outstanding after an election is over. Indebted former candidates or any controlled committee of any such officer or candidate may accept contributions, but is required to report such contributions on their campaign statement, what is known as a Form 460, and meet all filing requirements as that of an open committee. Following the retirement of all outstanding debt from the election, any remaining funds can be used for purpose of defraying the expenses of the holding office, returned to the contributors, or deposited into the city's general fund, or donated to a bona fide charitable, educational, civic, religious, or a similar tax-exempt nonprofit organization, where there is no substantial part of the proceeds will have a material financial effect on the former candidate or office holder, or any member of their immediate family, or the campaign treasurer. If a candidate, in respects to a timely return of excess contributions, if a candidate or committee of a city officer or candidate accepts a contribution in excess of the contribution limit, the contribution must be returned within 14 days of the discovery. After the excess contribution is returned, a notification is sent to the city clerk's office indicating the donor's name, the amount returned, and the date of the return. The city attorney and the city clerk work in concert to ensure compliance of the code. As designated by the city attorney, I, as city clerk, notify candidates and committees of any alleged violations and ensure compliance. If it is determined that a provision has been violated, the candidate or committee is advised and the measures to take to cure and correct. In the event they fail to comply with any provisions or requirements of the campaign reform law, the law does provide for payment of a civil fine to the city. And the discretion for making of those is for making any or accepting of any contribution in excess of the applicable contribution limits is a sum equal to 3 times the amount of which the contribution exceeds, or $2,500, or whichever is greater, and that is for each violation. For any other violation, the penalty is $500 for each violation provided. However, that the maximum fine for failure to file an amendment is required as $100 per day, or a total of $500. These are the key elements of our campaign reform law as we currently stand, a part of our municipal code. This concludes my presentation. At this time, I will turn it over to our City Attorney, Robert Fabella.
So, since the last time this council considered the possibility of campaign reform in June 2022, the governor signed into law Senate Bill 1439, which has a major impact on your ability to participate in items before you that involve financial contributors to your campaigns. Although all of you have been advised about this new law, I wanted to take this opportunity to provide both the council and the public a thorough presentation of how this new law restricts your participation in certain items that could come before you. Although this will be thorough, I can assure you that this issue is complicated and it will not be comprehensive. And so we will not be able to address every factual scenario that you may be curious about. And if you do ask specific questions, I may defer some responses until we have a chance to take a closer look. So bear with me as we get started on this. This one. Nope. Oh, the one on the left. Okay. Okay, so first of all, the Levine Act has actually been around for a while. It's been around since 1982 and is codified in Government Code Section 84308. And it was aimed at addressing pay-to-play corruption and contributing money for votes. But from 1982 through 2022, it only applied to appointed boards and commission members and elected officials serving on a board and commission. So it did not apply to directly elected officers. That's why you didn't have to deal with this prior to 2023. Historically, it came because of corruption on the Coastal Commission, and it was intended as a way to ease that. So Senate Bill 1439 passed in 2022, closed that loophole and expanded it to local elected officials, which is why it now applies to you all. So quickly, the key provisions are that there is now a fundraising ban as a proceeding is pending and for 12 months after a final decision. And I'll explain what a proceeding is in just a minute. During that time period, so when there is a pending proceeding and 12 months after that, you cannot accept, solicit, or direct contributions of more than $250 from a party or participant with a financial interest or from their agent. So $250 is the threshold amount, meaning up to that amount, no problems. $251, there would then be some recusal requirements. So the disclosure and recusal requirement is that you must disclose contributions of more than $250 received in the past 12 months from a party or participant or their agent, and I'll talk about what a party or participant is, and you must recuse yourself unless there is a cure available. And recusing goes beyond just not voting. Recusal also includes participating in any way in influencing decision, including outside of a notice meeting with staff, meeting with other council members, that sort of thing. It is a full recusal from your participation. There's also obligations on parties and participants, those third parties who contributed to your campaign. If they contributed to $250 during the proceeding and following 12 months after a final decision, they must disclose those contributions of more than $250 on the preceding record. This will become irrelevant as of January 1st, 2024, because we'll now be within any 12-month window. But just so you all know, the FPPC did rule that SB 1439 does not apply to contributions received by elected officials prior to January 1st, 2023. So who is an officer? Now it applies to you all. It doesn't include judges, legislative members. Also includes, as it always has, members of appointed boards and commissions. So planning commissioners, if you are a member of the OCTA, it always has applied, and now it will be applied to everybody. Agency chief executives, so the individual sitting to my left, and any official with decision-making authority who was a candidate for elected office in 12 months prior to decision. So theoretically, if I ever decide to run for office, it would apply to me, potentially. That ain't gonna happen, so no worries on that end. Who is a party or a participant? So a party is someone who files an application and subject to a proceeding. So if someone applies for some sort of zoning change or a conditional permit, obviously they're a party. If they are contributed to your campaign, you would have to look to see whether or not you need to recuse yourself. Participant's a little bit more squishy, but it means someone who with a financial interest in a decision and who actively supports or opposes the decision by lobbying for the passage of something, provides testimony or public comment during a proceeding, or otherwise communicates with the agency for purposes of influencing a proceeding. What is a proceeding? It is defined. It doesn't mean everything in the world. A proceeding is defined as any proceeding to grant, deny, revoke, restrict, or modify a license, permit, or other entitlement that does not solely involve purely ministerial decisions and is applied for or formally, informally, or informally requested by the party, or a franchise or contract. So any contract before you that would involve potentially a recusal obligation if it involves a contributor over $250. There are exclusions. One of them is, ironically, labor agreements and personnel employment contracts as defined, and competitively bid contracts, which basically means low bid contracts, and personnel employment contracts. So one question is, what is a pending proceeding? Without getting, I can just tell you there was months and months of debate before the FPC came out with its regulations, but it came to the conclusion that the standard should be different for whether you're a party or participant or whether you're an officer. For parties and participants, they have knowledge of when they're applying for something with the city. So once they submit something to the city, it's pending for them, and that's when they time how far back they should measure when their contributions happened. For officers, it's a little bit different because you may not know of every application that's filed with the city. And so FPVC has taken that into account and says that basically it's two different things. One is once it's on an agenda, you should know. That's what the FPVC says. So once it's on an agenda, regardless of what you knew before, that starts the time period for you. Or if you know or have reason to know that a proceeding is before the agency for a decision or action, and it is reasonably foreseeable it will come before the officer in a decision-making capacity. So you happen to be talking to the director of planning about various things, and the planning director mentions that this applicant has submitted something, and oh, and by the way, just heads up, this will probably come before you. That creates an instance where you now have knowledge about the proceeding, and that's when you measure, 12 months before. It's confusing, but trust me, it's not actually the most confusing thing about this provision, these provisions. Levine Act, the covered contributions are contributions more than $250 that an officer accepts, solicits, or directs to the officer's own campaign or controlled committee, or another candidate's campaign or controlled committee. And there are aggregation rules, meaning that they must be aggregated with any of the parties or participants' agents in the prior 12 months or from the date the agent was hired as a paid employee. This is probably a good time to mention, the Levine Act does not include contributions to independent expenditures. We mentioned in the staff report that we are not aware of any local agency that has imposed recusal requirements on itself based on contribution to independent expenditures. And although we do realize that that could be of great concern to some who feel that independent expenditures drive a lot of the election issues here, we do as staff acknowledge that that would be somewhat just kind of an impractical thing to control, because the whole issue about control committees is that you, by definition, control it. You would have more knowledge about it. You'd be able to return it if you want to participate, whereas independent committees, you're not supposed to control them. And so if someone makes a contribution to an independent committee, you wouldn't have an opportunity to return it. And it creates the opportunity for mischief, where if a potential developer, say, wants to exclude you from participating in something they're going to be involved in, they would simply make a contribution to an independent committee that supports you, raise it to your attention before the proceeding, and you would have knowledge of it with no way to return it. We understand independent expenditures may be an issue, but we're not sure if including it as part of the the exclusion requirements or recusal requirements would be the right way to go. What is a control committee? Control committees are controlled directly or indirectly by the candidate or office holder and may include campaign committees, ballot measure committees, legal defense funds, office holder controlled committees, and recall committee. And indirect control means a candidate's officer, holder, or their agent has significant influence on the committee's actions. Here's the definition of accept and receive. The contribution is made to the officer's campaign or any committee controlled by the officer. Solicit, the officer or agent requests a contribution to any campaign or controlled committee, not just their own. Or direct, the officer or agent solicits a contribution that is subsequently made by a donor. When is a disclosure and recusal required? Prior to rendering or decision, an officer must disclose receipt of any contribution of more than $250 from a party, participant, or agent. The disclosure must be made on the record of the proceeding, and recusal is required if an officer willfully or knowingly received the contribution and received a contribution from a participant or their agent and had reason to know of the participant's financial interest. Willful and knowing receipt. One key thing is that simply because it appears on your campaign disclosures is not necessarily conclusive on whether you knowingly, or if you know of an actual campaign contribution. I think the FPBC acknowledged that you may not be aware of every contribution that comes to you. But if you do have actual knowledge of a contribution in any way, because you looked at your report and you know it, or someone told you about it, or the party who has an obligation to disclose contributions on the record properly did that, you should have knowledge of it, or there are other facts surrounding the situation that indicates that you should have knowledge of the contribution, including the fact you personally solicited it. When you're talking about participants, again, these are folks who are not directly involved in the proceeding, but they have an interest in it, and it's a financial interest, and they've done one of the things that shows their participation, including lobbying or personally appearing. You do have to have actual knowledge of the participant's financial interest. So if they reveal this fact and make their financial interest apparent, you would have knowledge. Also, the FPC basically adopted the same rules that apply to financial interests, which again are super confusing, but you may know generally of them. Again, you could always seek assistance on any of these. One of them is the property. If you know that participant has property within 500 feet of the proceeding, the subject matter of the proceeding, that would be knowledge of financial interest. So if someone comes up here and says, look, I live right across the street, and that person gave $250 or $251 to your campaign, you would have to recuse yourself at that point. There are instances where you can cure and still participate. So in order to do that, you must return the contribution, or at least that above $250, within 30 days of the time that you know or should have known of both the contribution and the proceeding. So you have to have knowledge of both the fact that you got a contribution and the proceeding. And what this means is that the contribution received from a party prior to the officer knowing or have reason to know that a proceeding involving the party has commenced, such as notice on the agenda, and the contribution received from a participant prior to the officer knowing or having reason to know of the participant's financial interest. You can cure from the dais. I've actually, when I was the general counsel of an appointed body, this had actually occurred on my watch, which is that during the course of a meeting, someone realizes that they have a conflict because of a contribution that came in before them, involving a party before them. You can still participate if you announce that you will be within 30 days returning the contribution over $250, and of course you actually have to follow through and do that. Once a final decision is made, it's unlawful to accept, solicit, or direct a contribution from a party, participant, or agent for 12 months after a final decision. If you knowingly do it, you've violated the law. There's no cure for that because you already had knowledge of the proceeding and you're willfully accepting or soliciting or directing the contribution, so that's unlawful. If for some reason, let's say you get a contribution unknowingly, but then you find out about it, you would have 14 days of accepting, soliciting, or directing the contribution, whichever is later. So some best practices that we currently do and that we are also considering, you may have noticed, and the public may have noticed, that on all of our staff reports, we have on the heading something that says whether Government Code 84308 applies. That's a Levine Act, and we say yes or no. That is a way to sort of red flag whether or not we think this item before you is subject to the Levine Act, and would hopefully encourage you to look at who's involved and whether or not you have some conflicting contributions. It is sometimes subjective, so if you feel like we haven't properly flagged something or you have a question, we always encourage you to get a hold of us. We also, I don't know if we currently do this, Teresa, but I know we've talked about putting reminders on all of our agendas about the Levine Act, and that parties and participants have an obligation to reveal any contributions of $250. We do provide conflict of interest sheets to the council before every meeting, which basically provides lists of those who are going to be before you and their major controllers, such as CEOs or board members who may have who are participants in the proceeding and who you may want to look to see whether or not they've contributed. We are in the process of putting a disclosure question on project application forms, again, to put more of the burden on parties and participants that if they're going to apply to something for the city, they need to disclose whether or not they've contributed to any of the council members, and also make that as part of language on bid documents to alert parties of the statute. And that's the presentation on the Levine Act. We wanted, again, this was a more thorough presentation than probably is necessary for you to make the call as to whether or not we need more reform to the campaign ordinance. But we wanted to just remind you of what your current obligations are. It is complicated, but there are some regulations that are similar to what were proposed back in June of 2022, but were rejected, that are now with us because of state law reforms. And so we wanted to give you that context before you made any decisions. And again, also simply to share with the public some of the restrictions that currently exist.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Councilmember Leon and then Mayor Pro Tem Rubalcaba.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a few questions, but first, do want to thank everybody who came out to speak today on this item. I think this was something that I was supportive of as a candidate in order to bring additional transparency and accountability to City Hall. I do want to say this is one of the many items that we've not only considered, but others that we've also taken action on, including strengthening our lobbyist reform, which really highlights a multi-pronged approach that covers a number of different items following both the jail report as well as the FBI investigation that came to light a year ago. I do have a few questions. Craig, in your experience, so from my understanding from what Mr. City Attorney mentioned, that no other city has taken any steps in regards to independent expenditures. I feel like I say this almost at every meeting, but Anaheim is unique. Would you, given your prior experience and kind of looking at the map, I'm not necessarily asking you to hypothesize, but in your expertise, is that how things are going to stay throughout the country, or do you anticipate that at some point someone is going to try to make modifications to independent expenditures?
Councilmember, are you referring to limiting the amount that can be spent or the amount that can be contributed to an independent expenditure?
More the recusal part of it, I guess.
Okay. To my knowledge, there isn't a local jurisdiction in California, at least, that has tried to impose that recusal requirement in connection with an independent expenditure. And I know there's some legal scholarship out there in terms of law review articles and position papers and things that say it would be hypothesize that it would be permissible to do so, to impose that kind of requirement. I don't know how courts would look at that. I think there are good arguments that it would be, essentially the same kind of restriction as the disclosure requirements that apply to it now. On the other hand, ultimately it all goes to the United States Supreme Court, and this Supreme Court has ruled pretty definitively about the difference between independent expenditures and direct contributions. So I don't have a great deal of confidence that it would come out one way or the other. Obviously, it's going to depend on how long it takes to get to the Supreme Court and the composition of the Supreme Court and all those kinds of issues. But I think in addition to the concerns that the city attorney articulated about kind of the position that it would put officers in terms of that type of regulation, I think it would put the city in a place of being a test case, and the caution that we lawyers always have to give when our clients are considering becoming a test case is that you have to have a really strong record on why you did what you did, especially in the area of limiting political speech. And so while I know there's a lot of there's been a lot of concern expressed about the influence of these independent expenditures in elections here in the city, I think it would be really important to kind of nail down what that record is and have a very complete record presented to the city council to justify that type of restriction, and to be able to say that those independent expenditure dollars are directly leading to corruption or the appearance of corruption in city elections. So that's the caution that I would give, that if you intend to go down that road, that you recognize that you would be a test case, and that it would be really important to have a really strong record justifying why the city council made that policy choice.
No, thank you for that. And I think I just want to highlight part of the conversation. Part of the reason why I think we're talking independent expenditures, aside from the influence and things that we've heard from the podium today, and I'm kind of paraphrasing former Councilmember Valencia, because I rewatched the last meeting that this conversation was had, and I believe that, and I'm paraphrasing, not a direct quote, but part of the issue was that the former mayor was trying to get contributions for an IE, obviously breaking the law in that manner, but trying to figure out what we can do to ensure that we might be able to close sort of that loophole. I think that was part of the conversation last time. So I think that's something I would like to see explore further, get a little bit more information on what we potentially can't do. I do take your point, Mr. City Attorney, in terms of the potential mischief of, someone can donate $251 right before a meeting, and then all of a sudden we have to recuse ourselves. So I know that we had this conversation before about potentially making it a sizable number that essentially now, if you're donating to try to do that, you've in a way got skin in the game. I don't know how else to put that, but I think that's something to take a look at. Madam City Clerk, so I think you mentioned, I was trying to look at the staff reports. You mentioned that in the staff report, we have a notification already in terms of SB 1439.
Councilmember, before we move on, would you mind if I just jumped in? Because I know there's a lot of things that we're going to be discussing, and maybe if we take them chunks at a time, and if people have any other questions about IEs just for staff direction, we don't have to kind of keep going back and forth, and I'm making the note-taking a bit of a nightmare, because I just had a follow-up question, if you don't mind.
Please.
When we are talking about, I understand the sensitivity about being a test case. I'm assuming that you are saying it could be a restriction on somebody's First Amendment rights if they are donating to a majority of the council members, and then just by that, the majority, we don't even have a quorum, or the majority of the council can then not address their issues, is that in itself a limitation of their First Amendment rights? Is that the flip side of the scholarship you said that would allow recusal?
There's a litany of potential legal issues that could arise. As I've mentioned before, I think the Supreme Court has, made it pretty conclusive, at least of now, and it could always change, but as of now, they made it pretty conclusive that there's no First Amendment right involved in a legislator's right to vote. That, in other words, if a legislative body wants to restrict its members from voting and for, non-unreasonable, purposes, that's fine, and it doesn't violate the First Amendment right of that legislator. But what the court didn't address is, for example, if someone raises a question about freedom of association, stemming from their contribution for a campaign, and then not having the person they support be able to vote, whether that violates their freedom of association. The court was specific in saying that we aren't addressing that issue. And there's also been, since that case in 2011, it's called Kerrigan, there has been some California cases, at least one California case, a Supreme Court case, that in the context of an anti-SLAPP suit indicated that just because a council member doesn't have First Amendment right, that still doesn't mean they have an unfettered discretion to prevent its members from voting. So it's nuanced, but the point is it's going to be litigated. Assuming someone challenges it, whether it's somebody who made a contribution or a council member or whatever, that it would be, it could go either way. So that's a concern that we would have. Doesn't mean it's not impossible, and like I've said before, it would be defensible, but doesn't mean it's a sure winner.
I think the other, just if I can just chime in on that issue, the other potential kind of argument that might be raised, especially in a city with a district-based election system, is if the mischief occurred, as the city attorney alluded to earlier, and somebody wanted to make sure that the council member for a district wasn't going to vote on a particular project in that district, for example, and so made an independent expenditure that would force that council member to recuse themselves, I think you might hear from the residents of the district saying, this recusal requirement disenfranchised us from having a representative on that vote. Again, don't know whether that's successful or not successful, but when I say test case, I think there are probably 5 or 6 different issues that come to mind that groups or individuals would want to litigate.
Couldn't you get around the mischief argument by framing it in a way that I am only recused from voting if the independent expenditure donation inures to my benefit, meaning it is supportive of me or advocating for my candidacy?
Oh, yeah. In fact, when we presented this to council back in June 2022, and again, this was unprecedented, so we kind of had to figure out the best way to do this. We used a definition of independent expenditure or independent committee that was focused on the specific advocacy for your election, which is consistent with other laws that deal with independent expenditures. But at that time in June 2022, it was the same monetary threshold, $250, right? So wouldn't really move the needle on any sort of election activity, but is very easy to pay by anyone if they want to prevent you from participating, right? So I think that's what Councilmember Leon was referencing, is like, if you make that threshold higher, does it make it more difficult for someone to do that just to keep you recused? I guess that's possible. What that threshold would be, I have no idea.
Okay, thank you. The threshold question was going to be my next question. So it could be crafted in a way where it's not $250, it's a substantial amount of money that you wouldn't think somebody would put something in your support just to keep you from voting against it.
Yeah, and again, that's just a proposal, I guess, to possibly reduce the possibility of mischief, but again, what that threshold would be and whether it really makes a difference when you're talking about huge contributions, that's a policy question.
Okay, those are my initial questions on that. Thank you. That was really helpful. Does anyone have any I know we went a bit out of order, but questions on IEs.
I had a couple more quick questions, if I may, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Meeks on IEs.
Yeah.
And then I'll-
Yeah, I think the mischief, argument is very real. And I'm not sure that there's a threshold that makes sense. I mean, the concern is that these IEs are influencing this body, right? And there's a lot of money in these IEs. So now you're going to have people contributing to these IEs to block us from doing this. And clearly, there's a lot of money in some of the decisions that we make here. And I, hope that we all vote our conscience and do the right thing that we believe is for the community. But on the flip side, when somebody wants to knock us out of a vote, I'm not sure you can set that threshold realistically high enough on some of the decisions that we are faced with. So I think the opportunity for mischief and disenfranchising a whole district from representation on some of our votes is a real fear that I would have from trying to play with these limits and these kind of recusing ourselves from IE contributions. I mean, the whole point of an IE is that we don't have anything to do with it. We don't, if we had you're not allowed to solicit people to contribute to an IE, great. I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think the previous mayor should have been doing that. But yeah, we need to be hands off with the IE because I think it can work both ways. Can disenfranchise a district.
And are there any, I know this is new, and so there's not a lot of test cases out there, but are there any municipalities that do disclosure requirements on a vote? Doesn't prevent you from voting on it, but requires you to disclose if you have been the beneficiary of an IE, again, although it would not knock you out of a vote?
I'm not off the top of my head aware of a requirement that the officer disclose this being the subject of an IE. I do know the most recent case decision that I recall, which was just earlier this year, was a Court of Appeal decision upholding the city of San Francisco's additional disclosure requirements for independent expenditure campaigns, requiring that the person or the committee making the expenditure include additional disclosures of who the contributors were on the communications. That requirement from San Francisco was upheld earlier this year. So, I've never thought in all of my years thinking about these issues that disclosure requirements are a constitutional concern, right? The Supreme Court in Buckley v. Vallejo said that providing transparency is a good thing, reporting is a good thing, and so our campaign finance system has kind of grown up around more disclosure, and as I say, there was a case earlier this year where San Francisco imposed additional disclosure requirements on independent expenditures, and that was upheld.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Similar on that, I just lost my place. I'm sorry. Hold on. So there are disclosure rules for donors of IEs. I know the FPPC has a rule on that in terms of on advertisement and things like that. Do we know what the current contribution limit on that is for having to disclose? So on advertisements, when an IE puts out a mailer, it says paid for by, and then with funding from, top funding from so and so. Do we know what the threshold is in terms of how much money someone has to donate to that IE in order for that IE to have to disclose those donors on the ad?
I don't believe there's a specific dollar threshold. There's a percentage threshold in terms of the, kind of the total pot that went into that IE, the threshold for becoming an independent expenditure committee and reporting and everything is $1,000. So, but in terms of who appears on the ad, I don't believe there's a specific, I can't say for sure, but I don't believe there's a specific dollar threshold.
Okay, so it's
under state law.
more of a percentage then?
Yeah, or top 3 or top 5 or some number of donors that have to be disclosed.
Okay, and then the second question I had in terms of the actual donors for the IEs, in terms of the filings and the forms that have to be filed with the city clerk's office, are those the same time period? It's a two-part question. One, if I'm an IE and I need to do, I know we do Form 460s, for example, as candidates. Do IEs do the same 460s? Is it a separate form? And is it different timing in terms of regularly having to file those?
They have the same filing requirements. And then within the election period, as we get closer to election time, there is that 24-hour reporting period for independent expenditures that they need to send and submit to the city clerk, and we make those available on our website.
And what is the time period for that 24-hour notice?
I think it is, off the top of my head, I would have to double check before I give that information to you, Councilmember.
Okay,
Let me
no,
just
I
double check.
appreciate it, yeah. I think that's all my questions right now. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. A quick question related to the ethics officer and our 460s. So is that something that they could also monitor? So our 460s, making sure that we're aware of contributions that we've received to our own candidate-controlled committees so that it's reported within the 12-month period if something should happen to come up? Just that extra layer of oversight.
Yeah, again, the ethics officer's role that we know is going to come back can include a number of things as directed by the council. That could be one of them.
Okay, perfect. And then one of the things that I think I would like to have us look at is having limits on loaning yourself money. And I'm just saying this as a working class individual who doesn't have my own personal funds to just fund a campaign. But I think that it levels the playing field for people who might be more affluent, who are able to run for office, so that their limits are the same contribution limits that another individual or entity would make to a candidate-controlled committee. So for example, if our limits are $2,500, an individual could only loan themselves $2,500. And then if we could also explore debt recovery. So if you're going to be spending money you don't have, borrowing or taking out a loan, there should be limitations on debt recovery periods as well, because I think that also influences elections. If somebody can loan themselves money, then they win their election, then they can go after contributions from individuals who may have not supported them before. And then back to, I think Councilmember Leon referenced this a little bit, but the reporting period for IEs could potentially be strengthened if we looked at whatever that time period is. Perhaps we implement reporting periods that start sooner than they currently do. I don't know if it's 30 days or whatever that is. And that's all I've got for now.
Can I just clarify the last question?
Yeah.
The reporting periods, did you say start sooner?
A little sooner.
So
So,
more-
yeah, so
more-
like, for
more
example,
reporting.
yes. So if it's like a 30-day, beyond 30 days, then it's like a 24-hour period, then perhaps it should be 60 or whatever the time period is.
Understood.
Councilmember Diaz?
Thank you, Mayor. So politics is dirty. It's even dirtier than what I thought before I got into this. So this is what happened lately. Let's say it's two candidates from one party and one candidate for the other party. So 2 versus 1. The candidate from the one party that is alone is making contributions or doing campaign favoring the weakest candidate from the other party to rob votes so it benefits for him. What I'm going here is to having to recuse yourself from independent expenditures will create dirty money, will immediately create a system where I don't like that candidate, I'm gonna put money into that candidate to prohibit him or her from voting in something that is against me. Think about that. The point of independent expenditures is you put money, or they put money into a candidate that it fit what they believe, right? I'm gonna give you the best example. It's this mega billionaire called Soros. He had put millions and millions of dollars in the independent expenditure to elect district attorneys. Have been very, very successful. He's not doing that because he's gaining any monetary contribution, but he believes in those candidates. So be careful what we do here. Because it goes in my reputation and everybody's reputation here. You have a principle in life, and you believe in something, and it's people supporting you. That doesn't mean that you're corrupted. I mean, these people say, hey, this candidate believes in my belief, I want to support him or her. So be careful where we're going here. Putting time limit on their retirement is very counterproductive. It will benefit well-connected candidates, people that have been in the system for years. And independent candidates like me, or people that are not well-connected, it will put them in tremendous disadvantage. Now you're wealthy, you're well-connected, you can put tons of money, finance your own campaign, get elected, and then have tons of contributors, pay your debt really fast. While you're not well-connected, well, it will work against democracy, the way I see it. And number three, the Levin Act has three flaws. One, it doesn't include state legislators. Oh, they excluded themselves. How convenient that is. Two, it doesn't include union contributions. That's very convenient for the state legislators too. And three, it has created more contributions to independent expenditures. Oh, I cannot contribute to this candidate directly. I'm gonna put money in the dark web. So be careful what we do here, because politics are dirty and people are very creative. I just don't wanna affect people that are independent, people that really care about the system, people that are not well connected. So think about that, colleagues. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Meeks?
Yeah, I just had talked about IEs before, and I agree with Councilmember Diaz that I think we need to be careful with what we act on. Independent expenditures, I think, and from my personal perspective, and I'm also new to politics, first time running, and I like to control. I'm a control freak. I like to control my own message. And, the Levine Act limits your ability to raise money and get your message out to your community. I mean, that is one of the negative things about that. And it's not about people buying votes or anything like that, but people contribute to you because they believe in your values. And I, went out to my community and knocked on thousands of doors and told them I believe in, police protection. I believe in making neighborhoods safe. I believe in supporting the resort area to the extent that it provides for the rest of the city and the amenities that we have here. And people either contributed to my campaign or voted for me because of what I believed in. And that's what I bring to the table. And so with the independent expenditures, with limiting our ability to raise funds and get our own personal message out, the independent expenditures do have a huge voice in our campaigns. But I think messing with it can create so much more deception and kind of gaming the system. And so I don't think we can get into that scenario of trying to limit who can, how do you recuse yourself because somebody that you didn't even know about contributed to some account that you have no control or no knowledge of. So that's just not any place I want to go. I am concerned with, the Levine Act doesn't include the labor unions. I mean, that's just how does that play into this, and is there something that we can look at there? But that would be kind of my thought on what we can do here. And I think the Levine Act is, came down on a lot of this campaign reform, and we are going to live within those laws and raise money as best we can. But I'm not sure what else we can do. Thanks.
Does anyone else have any comments?
Mayor, if I can, just as a follow-up to Councilmember Lynn's question, it is within FEPC guidelines that they are to file within 24 hours of making any independent expenditure of 1,000 more during the 90 days prior to the election.
When does the 24-hour reporting period trigger?
90 days prior
to
Election Day.
One of the things I wanted to get some just kind of insight from my colleagues and having looked at what a lot of other cities have done, not that that's dispositive, we're Anaheim, we can do our own thing. But I look at this as an issue, and when I hear people come about public comment and getting money out of elections and getting influence out of elections, to me, it's just a loss. There's just a lack of trust in the public in our election process, given what has happened. And I think the Levine Act has done a lot when we look at what our limits are, what our recusal policies are. I think a lot of the rules surrounding that the playing field has been leveled. And we are, the next time any of us have to run for office, none of us have had to do this before, we are going to be operating under a totally different set of facts. But one of the things I think a lot of this feeling of disenfranchisement from the community also stems from is voter confusion. People get a lot of mail, they get text messages, they get robocalls. They're not quite sure who it's from, who's paying for it. And when you look at our website, we can ask voters as they're going through their big voter guide to go to the FPPC website or the state website or our website and try to figure this all out. But I think we could do a better job in easing voter confusion by making the information a bit easier to find. And one of the things I think that the county does, but I think LA does really well, is they have a requirement that, and it applies to everybody. If you are going to do a messaging campaign, whether it's a text message, robocall, a mail, an old school piece of mail, you need to upload that PDF to the clerk's website and 48 hours before it's going out. And it also discloses the major funders of that. So you're not limited to the top 2 or the top 3. I'm not saying that system's perfect, but I think if we all had an opportunity where if something's going out that is misconstruing our record, sometimes people send things out that are just wildly not true, or something's going out that is concerning about a candidate. I would like to be able to have a one-stop shop where I can go and figure out who the funders of that piece are. As opposed to having to, again, this probably goes back to our ticket disclosure policy, having to download 15 different forms for every single day within the 24-hour reporting period to figure out who is paying for a piece of mail that I got. And so I would just like feedback on that thought, because I think that's something, if we can ease the information for voters to figure out who are these groups, because they always have names that are Citizens for a Better and United Anaheim. They're never for a better or united Anaheim. They're mostly for a very disruptive Anaheim. I would like to know who those groups are, who's the major funders of those, and what information that they're putting out into our community. I mean, we all live in different districts. I don't see what goes out in your district. And so I would be interested in just knowing what information is being out there, how our names and likenesses are being used, and just have a one-stop shop to create that so that we have that information of both what it looks like, who's funding it, and what it says.
IE pieces? How do you do that?
It would be for
All pieces,
it would be all pieces.
including IE?
If you have to, IEs have to file as well. So if you're sending out something, or if a PAC is sending out something, so the county does that. They do it 24 hours, you have to send it to the other candidates committee, I believe, is the way that is structured. So this would just be making it apparent and transparent to all Anaheim voters or people that would like to go on this website and look at it. So let's say if there is a PAC, if there is a IE, and they're going to send out a mailer, having it out there and who's funding it. Carlos, and then Councilmember Kurtz, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I think that was part of, I think I understand what you're getting to. I think that was part of the question, part of the reason why I asked the question in terms of the disclosure on ads and what the threshold was currently with the FPPC. And then just to, I guess, kind of follow up on that, but just to confirm, City Clerk, currently, so if we're within 90 days of an election, an IE has to report within 24 hours any expenditure over $1,000. Are they required to submit sort of, I think what you're getting at, Madam Mayor, are they required to submit a copy of the mailer they just sent out, or the social media, or the text message, or whatever it is that they just spent that money on?
No, the 496 is not the actual material. It just states the amount and who they're in support of, or who the opposing or supporting of.
So I think for me, and again, just looking at just from the IEs, I think it's worthwhile if we can explore further. Number one, kind of what the current threshold is with the FEBC in terms of major donor disclosures on ads. But two, I think the city of LA does this, and I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to, of requiring IEs to also submit to the clerk's office, or maybe the ethics officer, whatever it is we end up deciding in terms of that, a copy. I'm sure they have PDFs of whatever it is that they're sending. So it's simply, in addition to filing whatever form you need to file within 24 hours, you're also submitting the PDF of whatever mailer or whatever ad that you're putting out there. I mean, not a surprise. I mean, we've all been beneficiaries of IEs. We've also been targets of IEs. So just a way to add on to more transparency, making that a page on the website that could disclose more of that information. And I think that's what you're referring to, Madam Mayor, if I didn't mishear what you were saying.
Yeah, the LA City has an ethics website where you upload, if it's a robocall, you upload both the text and an audio file. If it's a mailer, a PDF of that mailer, or if it's digital, that in PDF format, and then who are the major funders.
And I think that puts the burden on the IE to have to supply that versus us having to go out there and kind of, police it and get that information. So I think that's part one. And then part two for me is just the donor disclosure threshold, if we can get some more information on that back in terms of IEs.
Can I ask a question about that? Because we're hearing 48 hours, 24 hours. Is there a review of that? Is there a purpose for that? You're allowed to comment on that? I mean, we're not allowed to comment or weigh in on these things. So, I mean, do they just give it to the city at the same time that it goes out to everybody else? Why would it go to them early?
I think the vision is whenever they have to file the form that they have to file already, because they're going to file whatever expense that they made that was over $1,000 currently as it stands. They need to report that. They need to file a form with the city clerk, and it gives you the information on what
they spent it on.
what they spend and all that stuff. So it's just in addition to that, also providing whatever mailer, whatever file it is that they spent that on. So there's I guess a visual that goes with it for the public's knowledge and understanding of making it easier for them to kind of track who's spending what on what message.
And then the city clerk's, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand. The city clerk's website would have all the mailers and all the robocalls and all the texts and everything that went out for every candidate, pro and con?
I think you can make it, I mean,
I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just trying to understand.
yeah, I mean, in my mind, I'm focused on the IEs. I know that I think we're looking at it broader, but I'm open to that. I mean, right now, all the Form 460s are up there and all of that. It's breaking it down in a way that's easier to find, I guess. But that would be easy to find, the information that's on there, versus having to, I think I'm repeating Madam Mayor, just having to go through all these different hoops just to get someone's name or who donated what, making it an easy way for folks to be able to view the IEs, what expenses they're making, and on what.
And we can look into, or maybe we can have somebody look into LA cities on their ethics one and what the timeline is. I don't know this, I have not researched the legislative histories. I'm not sure why they have a 24-hour or like a 48-hour reporting period. I'm assuming if it's egregious and not true, it gives somebody the opportunity to try to do a cease and desist, but I don't know. Either way, I think just having the information, for me, it's voter education. And, being able to look up a group that says they're, Anaheim Moms for Freedom, and what is that? Who is that? What are they putting out? When I get this mailer, I don't know who this group is. And I think it causes a lot of voter confusion. Sorry, we have an Councilmember Kurtz and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I'd really like to get somebody to do the research on that, because if an IE is putting something online 48 hours ahead of time, there's a danger in a campaign trying to refute that when they're not supposed to know anything about it and who did it. And I'm a little confused and worried about that. If it goes online the day it's released, the day after, maybe because it's done and we can't change it. As I recall, and Natalie, remember the state, I mean, we have the Mothers for Anaheim funded by, and it lists, and as I recall, it used to be the top 3, and maybe they changed that in the last few years, or it might be more than that. Of course, it's written in tiny little print, you can't read it. But I'd have a worry on forcing an IE to post that, because there's a danger for committees then to work against it when it's, we're not supposed to have any kind of communication with them, whether it's ourselves, our campaign folks, our volunteers, anyone, and to have the ability to stop something or to hold a cease and desist, or I'm a little concerned about that. So I'd really like somebody to check out the time frame in which the cities are doing it.
We were, I think, interpreting the request as a request to research that issue. I think the advance notice issue is potentially problematic because government can't establish a prior restraint on sending out a message. So we have to research that and make sure we know what the parameters are. The ones that I have drafted in this area have all been within 24 or 48 hours after sending the message out. And I've done 2 or 3 of those. But we'll check out that issue and research it and provide some clarity on it.
So I appreciate the discussion. I just wanted to also mention outside influences. So we've talked a lot about businesses that currently are operating in Anaheim, but I'm curious as to how we monitor those businesses that are outside, like labor unions that are LA-based, for example. I think that would be something that we should really pay attention to. The other thing is enforcement. So if people are required to report, I happen to know that there are labor unions out there that underreport. There is no way you have 5 or 6, 20 walkers, 8 hours a day, and you're only spending $100,000. I mean, so I'm just speaking from experience from labor unions who have actively advocated against me as a council person. So I'm interested in understanding how we, if we're going to be uploading independent expenditure ads, how do we also, do we put pictures? Are they required to post pictures of their paid walkers and also indicate where they live? And that they don't reside in the city of Anaheim. They have no vested interest in the future of our city and the people who live here. So I'd like to include that in the discussion. I think those are the top, that's top for me, is how do we measure the other issues? And then the labor groups, that's probably, I think, something important to look at too from an independent expenditure perspective. And then I think it would be important to also look at the recall campaign reform on this front too. So what does that look like for a group that's bringing forward a recall against a sitting council person? And I think that we should look at strengthening their, not their inability, but when it's a vote that they don't like, are they just going to go ahead and try to recall a council person? We just saw something similar take place in Santa Ana. I think that we should look at how do we strengthen our recall laws. I know Senator Josh Newman did a good job trying to prevent, but we have districts in Anaheim, and the threshold for signature collection is the same as if it was citywide, and that doesn't seem to be fair in the process. So a person would just have to get 5,000 signatures for a small district as opposed to 25,000 for a city. So I think that's something, since we're on the topic of preventing business from influencing campaigns, let's look at how that impacts everybody.
So just, Councilmember Kurtz?
Just wanted to make sure I understood the Mayor Pro Tem's request. So you want staff to take a look at those out-of-state businesses or businesses out of Anaheim, labor unions, a lot of them have their headquarters up in Sacramento or LA. And so would the same rules apply to them as those operating within Anaheim?
And I think they should disclose exactly where their headquarters is, where do they reside, where they do business. And I'd like to see pictures of their paid walkers. I'd like to see the people that they're paying. If we're gonna be putting ads, these people are representing those same groups just like they would an ad. So if they have somebody sitting in front of a Vons, for example, talking about a candidate, they should have to disclose who that person is.
Well, I think and again, I'm just using the one example that I looked into, is that one of the things they do have as a requirement to be posted is paid walker scripts. And so that is something that we could add to if we decide to go down this route of just what the world universe of information would be paid walker scripts. It's the same as a robocall, so that you will know ostensibly what is being said at the door. And as far as the notice provisions, again, I wanted to preface, I don't know why they did that, but I know the county is 24 hours before it goes out, and I think the state legislature is the same way, so it's not unprecedented. It's not collusion, but if we can just look into what other jurisdictions are doing, I think that would be helpful. And I think just as part of the recall process, I know there was can municipalities change that state election law or tighten it, reform it, put more restrictions on it?
Well, charter cities can adopt their own election-related provisions. However, recall is guaranteed by the state constitution, so we'd have to do some research as to whether you could essentially adopt local thresholds. I don't know that answer off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you, because I believe it was in the council staff report that even donations to recall campaigns are completely unlimited.
That's correct. The question of whether an officer should be recalled is considered a ballot measure because it requires a yes or no answer, and ballot measure under Supreme Court precedent, contributions are not subject to contribution limits. The election for the potential replacement is subject to contribution limits because that's a candidate election.
And that's for both the proponent and the recallee.
Both sides. The rules are the same on both sides.
Okay, thank you. Did I miss anybody on?
I just had a follow-up to that.
Sure.
So I was just going to mention, though, the Levine Act does apply to ballot measure committees. So even though it's unlimited, it's still a $250 reporting threshold. And then I just wanted to, so the scripts are great, but we know that they don't follow the scripts. So that's the reason why if the person is paid, just like the ad would be paid, then they should have to register with our city or at least disclose who these people are who are collecting signatures on behalf of their independent expenditure or whatever it is. So that is something I would like to look into. Because, I mean, we can put scripts up all day long, but, I mean, we can't guarantee that they're actually following those scripts.
Thank you. Councilmember Leon, did you have a further comment? And then Councilmember Fessel.
Yeah, I had a follow-up, and I'm not sure where we landed on this one. So I know that you mentioned a few court cases in regards to the recusals, and I'm not trying to make us go back all the way over there, but love to get more information if it is that you have. Some more information as to like if there are any cases that have necessarily involved that. But also just to kind of circle back, because I'm not sure if, Madam Mayor, you brought this up in terms of, well, actually, I think I brought it up. The staff report, in terms of SB 1439, I keep on trying to look for a staff report that has that disclosure. And I'm not sure if I'm just not looking at the right agenda items or...
Government Code Section 84308, so that should be the header of every staff meeting, right above recommended action.
Got it. Okay. Is there any way that we can make that clearer? Because I didn't realize what that was until you're mentioning it now. Yeah. And I know that, and the other piece to that is...
We'll talk about it, I guess.
Yeah, and the other piece of that is, so Madam City Clerk, I know that you send us kind of like forms and things like that. That's also that's public information.
Correct, that's the conflict interest list, that's connected to all the items that is before you on the agenda. So you typically would see the agenda I forward on to you, and then you'll see a follow-up email with a list of all the different agreements that's coming forward outlining what those contacts are.
Right, and if I was a member of the public, how do I find those forms that you send to us?
We do not publish those publicly.
Public Records Act request, I suppose. Okay. But one thing I just want to emphasize, staff is doing its best to sort of provide red flags and alert you. You should always know that the obligation is on you as the elected official, as a person receiving the contribution, so.
Agreed, no, definitely. I think what I was trying to say is if I'm a member of the public and if I'm looking at a report in the agenda and it says Government Code 84308, but I know it as SB 1439, so it's how do you, how would you make that connection? How do you educate?
I mean, maybe we can change it to SB 1439. I don't know if the public even knows that. And SB 1439 is limited in its duration, right? That was a useful moniker before it was actually codified. Once it's codified, it's a government code that'll be there forever until changed. So I think folks should get used to the fact that this is now Government Code 84308, or we can put the Levine Act, perhaps. I don't know. We could talk about that, but That's the intent of it.
Got it. No, understood. I think that's something that if we're able to explore, and I know I'm going off the IE route here, but part of that is if there is so we're concerned about recusals. I'm not sure if you already brought this up in terms of disclosure or being able to add on to the agenda if there is something that's of interest, similar to what we do with just campaign donors and the Levine Act. Is there something to that to expand that to IE? So if someone donated $20,000 to an IE, and I know you said no hypotheticals, but $20,000 to an IE, for example, now that agenda item is before us, and that person donated $20,000 to an IE of support. Is there anything to, and I'd love to see if we're able to explore that, where it's not a recusal, but it's just more, it's disclosure on the agenda that's easy for folks to be able to see and connect the dots.
I think actually it'd be more of a logistics issue, I suppose. I mean, we can do a pretty clean, it may not be always accurate, but in its subjective analysis of whether 84308 applies, whether we can do the proper analysis of whether there's an IE out there that supported a candidate who now is an elected official, and you know, it's just a more complicated process. So I've not heard of anybody who does it. We could certainly talk about it, but it seems to me like it'd be pretty difficult to do that effectively.
Okay. If we can maybe circle back on that one, that'd be, because part of me is like, we're already getting all the information. We don't have to go into it right now. Something to explore further.
The last thing I wanted to look into is exploring something about, if we could just talk about the gift ban. So I know that it said that the county, or there's a $40 gift ban. What are the current restrictions on us accepting and reporting gifts? And what do other municipalities do that you've seen work?
I'll kick it to Craig on what other municipalities do. Sorry about that. But as far as any gift bans, we don't have any local gift bans, so we're subject to the state gift bans, right? So basically, if you receive a gift of over $50, you have to disclose it on your Form 700, and you are prohibited from receiving any gifts from any one donor of over $590 a year currently, and that changes every 2 years.
And municipalities have lowered that threshold in all different ranges. There are some cities that, for example, prohibit registered lobbyists from giving gifts at all, and prohibit council members from accepting gifts from registered lobbyists. Or other cities, might have a $10 threshold, so you can go out and get a cup of coffee with somebody, but you can't really actually accept a fancy lunch or a gift. So those thresholds, from the $50 reporting threshold is state law. Some cities have lowered that, but that I think is ineffective because the FPPC won't really enforce that lower reporting threshold. But cities do have a lower gift limit, lower than the 590 number, anything down to, as I say, I'm aware of one that's $10. And so you have to sort of, from the policy perspective, decide what's practical and realistic here, and anything above that is something you could theoretically prohibit.
Maybe when we come back and bring this, we can just have kind of one of our charts that just outlines what some of the other cities that are cities or counties that are similarly situated as we are, what they're doing. And then we can decide if that's something that we would like to explore and adopt. I have strong feelings. I don't let anybody buy me a cup of coffee, as my city manager knows. But I do think it's something that we should, I think it should be a fruitful conversation, because I think that can be fraught with a bit of disaster.
And you're talking about gifts to by anybody or simply lobbyists?
I think both. I mean, maybe it's more strict to the new definition that we now have as lobbyists. Maybe it's something that the council feels strongly across the board. I would like to see what other cities are doing so we can have a more more informed based conversation on what's realistic.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So I just want to, I am a fan of disclosure. So I think when you eliminate something altogether, that creates an opportunity for somebody to hide or not understand what they should be disclosing. So for example, if you get a blanket from somebody who comes to council and it's over a certain, that's a gift that you cannot accept. But if you can report it, then at least you're reporting it. I go out to lunch with people. I pay for my own lunch, or I, usually go out for coffee because I can't afford to go to lunch all the time. But so I will buy my own coffee. But if I want to go to the Anaheim Ballet, for example, which I have not, but they have offered, and I want to receive tickets, I should be able to just report that if it's up to a certain amount. So I think that as a council, we should probably keep in mind what problem we're trying to solve for, and not try to just, I don't know, make it for optics, do everything that we can just to make it seem like we're so strict, but we're really creating more opportunities for nefarious activity that's just not being disclosed. So the other thing I also want to remind council is that we had prior council members, mayor who was bad, but he also is now under indictment and is also being sentenced soon. So I think that there are also laws that are going to protect. If somebody's going to do something wrong, they're going to break the law regardless. And like our city attorney mentioned, we toe the line, right? So if I take a campaign contribution, it's my responsibility to still make sure that I'm voting my district and for the benefit of the city of Anaheim. So I just want to make sure that we're not, trying to beat a dead horse or just do more than we need to. And it's just going to create more issues in our city than it's, because I feel like at this point we may not be solving any problems on this front, but just creating more work. And, so I just want to be mindful of what we are asking our expert to come back with. And if you can, maybe when you categorize it, say like, these are things that are not realistic, or here's are things I don't recommend. I think that would be helpful. So thank you.
Councilmember Fessel?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I know that you wanted to compartmentalize things, and we're kind of all over the place here. Mine has to do with campaign debt. Okay, all right, well, I'm trying to follow you. And I guess I'll address this question to the Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, if, and it doesn't apply to me, but I'm wondering here, if a candidate still has campaign debt, can they ever close? In other words, somebody loaned them money for the campaign. They have to, and it was a loan. So the expectation is before they can close their campaign account, that has to be resolved. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless it's forgiven, unless the loan is forgiven. So, but currently, what our current laws, there is no time limit on how long how long a committee could be open, or for any restriction on contributions in order to pay back the debt on the debt retirement of former elections.
So that candidate still has to make his semi-annual reports then?
That is correct. So if the committee stays open.
So such time as the debt is either forgiven or paid?
And if the committee remains open, they need to do all the filing requirements as required by FABC and meeting the same requirements and deadlines.
Thank you.
And the debt, to be clear, that it can only be forgiven up to the limit of your contribution limit. A forgiven debt is considered a contribution, so the only debt that could be forgiven would be up to the amount of your local contribution limit, the $2,500. So it's not like somebody could loan a campaign $50,000 and forgive it the
The
day
contribution limit for that election cycle.
of election cycle, right?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
I don't see anybody else. Oh, sorry, just as soon as I said that, Councilmember Leon.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two more points or questions, and I'm just kind of going based off of, again, part of the conversation that was had last year by the previous council. Part of the previously considered ordinance was having, similar to the Brown Act, a public check and balance in terms of disclosing information and the public being able to sort of be that check and balance. Is that something that you've seen in other cities or jurisdictions? I think similar to the Brown Act, for example, if there's a whole complaint process, correct?
You mean a private right to bring a lawsuit or enforcement? Is that the
Enforcement,
question?
probably, yeah.
That's what was proposed, correct?
Yeah. There is that right under the Political Reform Act now. And so is that in the current, was that proposed previously?
Not that same process. It was more similar to kind of like the cure and correct process for Brown Act, but the fact that there was a state remedy wasn't really part of the discussion because there was no state Levine Act applicable to you at that time.
So during that conversation, just to clarify again for the public, the last time that this was discussed, the Levine Act was not state law, correct?
That's correct.
And now that it is state law, it kind of takes away that at least that portion of what was considered previously by the council.
Right.
Okay. And then just the second one, just to cover all the bases, in terms of limiting fundraising to a certain timeline, is that something that you've seen in other cities, Craig? Or Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, there's a variety of time limits that I've seen. I think there's a lot of practical considerations that go along with that, but yes, I have seen cities that have imposed pre-election and post-election time limits.
Got it. And I think that was part of what was mentioned by my colleagues in terms of the debt retirement and the timeline in terms of how much after an election you can fundraise. If you can bring us some more information on that, or maybe a chart that compares sort of the timelines in terms of fundraising for elections, I think that'd be useful just to at least see the information and have a conversation. I think a lot of my other points were already previously covered. And so I think that kind of sums it up for me right now. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just always want to check back in with staff. Do you have a sense of clarity and direction of where we're going, or have we completely?
I hope so.
We've heard you, and we will do what we can to address most of the comments raised. I did have a sidebar with Craig, and it's not likely we're going to be able to come back this year. We only have 2 more meetings, and they're within the next 2 weeks. So just keep that in mind. We'll probably have to come back in January for both for personal schedule as well as the time it's going to take to evaluate some of the stuff.
I always said, always rather get it right than get it rushed. Okay. So we'll move on to item 33, to consider a resolution for the electric and water revolving credit agreement. Mr. City Manager, can we have a very lengthy staff report on our electric and water revolving credit agreement?
I'd ask for a staff report from General Manager Lee, please.
Good evening once again, Mayor, members of the City Council, and I'd like to introduce Brian Bielner. He is our Assistant General Manager of Finance and Energy Resources, and he and his team are involved with keeping our rates affordable for our community, and he's going to provide the staff report tonight.
Thank you, Dooku. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. I will try to keep this as brief as I can, but it is a fairly sizable item. The item before you this evening is a proposed amended and restated agreement with Wells Fargo Bank for a 5-year, $100 million revolving credit agreement. In order for us to continue to provide the level of service our community expects and to provide that service at more affordable rates than other Orange County utilities, APU continues to seek out all tools at its disposal. One of those tools that APU has successfully used for the past 11 years is a revolving line of credit. A line of credit that the department has ensures that the department has sufficient access to capital without the need to hold vast reserves. Holding vast reserves requires essentially higher electric and water rates than we would necessarily need in order to build up those balances. This has not been our past practice. APU's first line of credit with Wells Fargo was approved by the City Council in 2013 for a 3-year line. In 2016, the City Council approved a 5-year line, and then in November of 2020, the City Council again approved a 3-year line that will expire at the end of December. APU has used the line to assist in the exit from a coal plant early by paying off those bonds, and then we reduced the timeline of those bonds from 8 years to 4 years in order to get out even faster. We've used it to bridge financial capital investment until new revenue bonds could be issued, and we also used it during the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that our customers would be able to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic without additional burden. The line of credit is also a risk management tool that we may need in the event of a major disaster or service disruption, such as earthquake, wildfire, or other catastrophe, where major repairs require significant cash immediately that may not be on hand. We currently do not have a balance on the line. City Council has and will continue to have full appropriation and expenditure authority. So if that expenditure authority is not already approved by City Council, any large expenditure must adhere to the proper approval process. APU issued a request for proposals and received 4 bids. The respondents included Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase, PNC Bank, and Bank of America. Wells Fargo had the most competitive bid with the lowest carrying cost of 0.27% and the longest term of 5 years. The carrying cost is what APU would pay on any undrawn balance. So if we don't have any balance, we have a carrying cost of $270,000 per year, 0.27% times $100 million. If we draw on the line, the interest rate is variable based on the interest rate at the time. Currently, the interest rate is 4.9%. The carrying cost is fixed while the interest rate is variable. In summary, the line of credit is a useful tool that provides significant liquidity at a very low cost. It is proven to be valuable and effective for us to economically serve our customers without the need to collect and hold large cash reserves.
I would like to also add that, one of the lessons learned by electric utilities during the energy crisis in the late 90s and early 2000s is that very large billion-dollar investor-owned utilities became credit unworthy very quickly. And so for us to have a tool like this that we could draw upon if necessary, this is not like a credit card that we're going to be using for daily expenditures. It's something that we use when there is something significant that we have to pay off. And we're available for any questions.
Councilmember Kurtz?
Thank you. First of all, I think that it's genius the way you use it. But just out of curiosity, you said you've used this method for 11 years. What did you do before?
We had cash reserves and they were lower than we would typically keep. And then we were downgraded and we thought having a line of credit would actually help bolster our credit rating, which it did. And so credit rating agencies have actually referred to this line of credit as additional liquidity that we have. So we don't have to keep it in our bank account, but they give us the credit as if we did have it in our bank account.
Nice. Good move. I support that.
Thank you. So no further comments or questions. May I please have a motion in a second?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
By Councilmember Diaz, thank you. Please vote.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Anaheim authorizing the execution and delivery of an amended and restated revolving credit agreement with Wells Fargo Bank National Association payable from and secured by subordinate revenues of the electric system and the water system. Revolving credit agreement not to exceed $1 million.
100 million.
100 million. Correction, not to exceed 100 million. And the vote is 7 ayes, no nays. Motion carries.
Thank you, gentlemen. City manager, I'm sorry, it's getting late. We are going to move now on to the, where are we?
The report on closed session?
Thank you. Closed session report, Mr. City Attorney.
No reportable action, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. We don't have any non-agenda public comments, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
Thank you. So now we're going to move on to our future agenda item requests by council members. Can you please weigh in if you have something for a future agenda? Start with Councilmember Leon, then Councilmember Kurtz.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just two things. One, I know that there was someone from the public that mentioned potentially having someone from the County Ethics Commission come in to do an informational presentation on what they do over there. I'd like to agendize that probably for the new year, but want to put that on the agenda. I'd also like to agendize a recognition, if we can, for Mr. Frank Garcia for his years of service to our community, and especially around Thanksgiving, but I know it's year-round. But and then just a final comment, and I would be very careful, Mr. City Manager, I know you mentioned during your report on potential, Rob's looking at me weird, kidding. It was potential broadcasting software that you're looking at. My only request, if it's possible, as we're looking at that we might be able to explore real-time translation versus just subtitles, because I feel like there might be folks in the audience or of the public that may not know how to read. And I don't say that lightly nor as a joke, but just as a serious suggestion, if we can, while we're looking at that that whole process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kurtz.
And I am very appreciative of the fact that our city staff is working on the illegal vendor issue. Mr. City Manager, you mentioned that you have a report for us early 2024. May I ask that that be a commitment for January of 2024?
A staff specifically committed to the first quarter of 2024, but yes, we will certainly expedite the ask.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fessel.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask my colleagues here that we put a city council proclamation recognizing awards by Paul. Right close by, they've been in business for 45 years here in Anaheim. And Mr. Paul Pink, I think all of us have probably dropped in there on behalf of our nonprofits. And I think he would very much appreciate recognition. And so if we can do that. Awards by Paul.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Aiken. If we can get an update on the street racing task force. I was recently invited to the City of LA's street racing task force meeting, and I guess they bring a bunch of different, with LA County, they bring a bunch of cities together in LA. They have a zero tolerance for street racing, so I'd like to get an update on what our policy is and how our police department approaches street racing. And then I would also like to bring Greenbirds in for recognition for the work that they've done in the city of Anaheim over the past 10 years.
Thank you. Anything else? Okay, so with no further business before the council, I would like to adjourn the meeting on behalf of and in memory of Mr. Bob Brunette, Ms. Margarita Priego, Mr. former Assemblymember Jim Morrissey, Mr. Ed Prang, and Ms. Bertha Munoa. Rest in peace.